How about that? You got me now? How about that? Anybody now? Okay. All right. No sound. You got the music, but now you got me? Okay. All right, folks. My bad. Give me 1 second here. It's quite the journey, my friends. Hold on. Gotta do that again. And Todd, double check with me if you would before you head out. Let me know that that's coming through still, okay? Just now. Awesome. Thank you, brother. All right. Talk to you in a little bit. And guys, can you hear Todd right now? Can you hear Todd? Um, Sound is on. You're not hearing me. I've got it. I've got it, Robin. You're not hearing me. Okay. Or you're not hearing you. You're hearing me. How about now? Try it now. I think it might be because you're down low. Go again. All right. Yeah, probably like a 10-second delay. No Todd. Still no Todd. Okay. All right. Yep. Yep, I should. Okay. All right, dude. I'll figure it out by the time I get you back on here. Hopefully. Oh, I know. I think now. Now try it, brother. Now speak, please. Right. You're hearing a little static. That's too. Okay. You know what? We'll figure out when you call in, and if we have to, we'll do it a different way. All right, brother. Thanks for the heads up. We'll talk to you in a bit. See ya. Bye bye. See ya. And you're hearing major static on Todd's side of things as well, folks. My apologies on the sound, guys. I actually called Todd and worked it out here not too long ago. We were actually on the phone together, trying to work this all out, and so very frustrating that having some issues here. So, but welcome one and all. I think I'm going to be able to resolve this solution by the time Todd comes back on. And looking forward to spending my Friday evening with you all. Let's get to it, shall we? Let's check our codes. Just if you're new here, let us know. And thank you, Leslie. Yeah. Yes, laptop mic. You're right, Eric. It's coming on the laptop, Eric. Is that what's going on? Oh, that's what I got to do. Hold on here. The audio input. Yeah, that's the problem. If it's coming across the, yeah, that's probably why. And I'm on Facebook too, by the way. I'm on YouTube. We're back on YouTube. I am going to just listen to this, see what it sounds like. Hold on 1 second, okay? Hold on. What it sounds like. Hold on 1 second, okay? Hold on. Yep, that's not the boom mic. but I'm not getting the audio input capture there. Yeah, it's way too staticky. Okay. Okay. I appreciate you bearing with me, folks. Very frustrating, folks. Bear with me here. Bear with me on this. I'll probably see. So, Bill 10. Mute that. B. Yeah. Okay. How's that sound? Is that better now without the static? Wow, that's really frustrating. Hello. That's better. That's way better. Okay. No static. Now it's on the shore. Okay. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Eric. I got your message. Great. Okay. Much better. And that should, I think we should be able to get Todd now as well later. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for your patience. Let's check our coats. If you're new here, we imagine our preconceived notions, unconscious bias as a huge winter coat. We come into a beautiful theater. I move things around a little bit. That might be account for why I'm having problems. But so let's keep our check our coat at the door. Check all the ego, all the things that get in the way of us downloading new information and learning new things. And come on in, enjoy yourself. Grab your favorite person, your favorite pet, your favorite your favorite drink, your favorite snack, and come on in, enjoy yourself. Fantastic to see everybody. Sorry for the delay and sorry for the technical problems. We will get things dialed in here. I think that's part of our charm. I'm dressed up a little bit tonight. I was interviewed for a broadcast in England today. I mentioned it to you guys a while back, and let's see. Let me see. I want to show you who interviewed me. It's a show on David Icke's channel, and David Icke is if you don't know, he's one of the godfathers of the Truther movement, and I just want to say that it's an honor that Craig, who is a multi-decade Craig Allen Campbell, I'm going to pull him up here. He is an incredible human being. We've been friends for many years. He's a fan of the show and asked me to be the correspondent for his broadcast, which is called Apocalypse, Lips, Apocalypse.tv. And if you guys, if some of you want to go say hi, he's a fantastic comedian, and his Twitter is Moosefucker, if you will. So that should give you an idea of the language. So if you can't handle that, don't go over there. But
go say hi to Craig. Tell him you're a Snedhead, and looking forward to the broadcast on December 5th. I'm going to do a weekly broadcast from the U.S. On his broadcast, which starts December 5th, and I'm looking forward to that. It's on the David Icke channel, and I'll give you more information on where to find that. He has also shared his information at Moosefucker on Twitter. So Craig Allen Campbell, fantastic interview today. We talked about a lot of things, and we'll be talking about a great many more. So go show Craig some love. Tell him I sent you, and we'll keep you posted on what's happening. So back to where we were here. So folks, just want to say happy Friday. I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. I just shared a late night Thanksgiving toast to you all. I'm very grateful for you all, and especially those who donate to the broadcast and share out this broadcast. Please share this out. Tell them to obviously fast forward through the first 20 minutes through the sound problems. But also, I'm just very grateful to you all, and I'm grateful to Todd and Cindy and Kellyanne and Barb and Barbara and Eric, of course, our producer extraordinaire who does amazing things with videos and is always trying to get you guys something on the nights off, on the drive-in, Sned Drive-In, which is quite awesome. And just, Eric's kind of providing a space for you all to come together, on a night off when I'm not around, and I love that. And especially a lot of his talent. So cheers, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm very grateful to you all. Very grateful for the freedom of speech, and very grateful to be back on YouTube, folks. My our suspension is up on YouTube, so you can see. Let me take you to the restream here, and you see 138 on David Snedeker Facebook. 86 on Twitch, 463 on the IndoctriNATION. A lot of you went over there. Almost 600 on Facebook, David Snedeker. YouTube, the IndoctriNATION, 307, and YouTube, Dave Sned, 115. So we're now across 6 platforms. So if we get kicked off one, just find us on the other, yeah? And so if they kick us off one Facebook, they won't kick us off more than one. I hope not, anyway. So here we are, the end of a fabulous week. A lot of things happening. We're going to get into a little bit later, and I do want to address something right away, right off the bat, and that is I'm going to show you. I'm going to take you down a path of a Facebook friend of mine by the name of John Maverick. Okay, and John does some great work, primarily in the field of vaccines, and I've shared a lot of information on vaccines with you. And letting you know that it's a much more nefarious situation than meets the eye. It is much more of a concern from a eugenics standpoint and an ill health standpoint. And I will say that 2 things. One, at the very, very least, in the vaccination game, and let me get back to me just here, just so I'm communicating with you. At the very least, okay, vaccinations, if you believe that they help you, and if you want to take a vaccine, or if you want to give your children a vaccine, am I going to get in the way of that? In other words, am I going to force you to not take a vaccine? Never. Will I try to talk you out of it if you're a friend of mine or if you ask my opinion? Absolutely. Will I provide really, really good reasons why not to, and evidence to that decision of why I don't? Yes, I will provide that for you. And there are a lot of great people that are doing that. As a matter of fact, I talked with Craig today about this man's nephew, Robert Kennedy Jr. Okay, nice to see Jack back up on the wall. I thought you guys would like that. It's been a while with my "Where we go one, we go all." I'm gonna have to get this back up there as well. There you go. That'll go up there, and but I wanted to say that here's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who was an outcast, from his family. He could have ridden the Kennedy platform, the Kennedy money, the Kennedy cachet, the Camelot. He could have ridden that like a beautiful wave on the most perfect surfboard ever. But no, he jumped off and made waves of his own because he tried to warn the population and continues to try to warn the population about the detriment to vaccinations. Okay? And he is not full on anti-vax. He thinks there's some things that are okay. I'm not 100% on his full stance on it, so I don't want to speak for him. But I just wanted to say that here's a man who was kind of an outcast for his family, and was out of the secret societies. Like, didn't get involved in all the things that you could get involved in as a elite member of American royalty, if you will, the Kennedy family. And here he was in Berlin speaking before bigger audiences than even his uncle, even his father, Robert Kennedy. And when you make your own path, when you create your own journey, your own pathway through the forest, you are going to get cut, you're going to get scraped, you're going to fall, you're going to get back up. It's going to seem absolutely futile at times. But once you get through it, it becomes easier. And you become tempered. And you become more resilient. And the end of the journey is a fabulous, fabulous place because you made your own way. And that's what Robert Kennedy Jr. has done in bringing light to a situation that needs light brought to it. This is Vaccination Nation, a part of the indoctrination which I have outlined for my book. And it's one of the first things that we discuss in the indoctrination because it is one of the first things as a human being that you are exposed to as you enter this world. And it's the first control mechanism. And if your parents choose that for you, that's your business as your family. Yeah, it's your familial business decision, not business decision, but familial decision. And that's up to you. However, no one should get in the way of that. However, if we choose not to do that for our child or for ourselves, that's none of your business if you're doing it for yourself. Don't give me this herd mentality crap argument. Herd mentality has nothing to do with vaccination and everything to do with our own immune system being built up through the herd as we, some people catch something from another and we all build up resilience to it. So that's what I do is none of your business and none of the state's business, and never should be forced, especially if there's a risk involved. And it doesn't matter what you believe about vaccinations, but if you don't at least acknowledge that vaccinations are dangerous, then you're simply not reading the inserts to vaccinations, which, by the way, you'll have to go out of your way to get. Why? Because they're going to give you a one sheet about the vaccination. They're not going to give you the long list of side effects and detrimental factors that arise from possible reactions to the vaccine. So I could get into what's in it: aborted fetal tissue, RNA to change your DNA, the mercury, now called thimerosal, aluminum, formaldehyde, preservatives in these vaccines, things that you wouldn't put in your mouth if you were at a restaurant, but you'll allow them to be injected into your child. Now, this broadcast is not about vaccinations. This is more about breaking free from the indoctrination, or at least acknowledging the indoctrination exists in the manner in which it does, so that you can step outside the indoctrination when it serves you and your family. The indoctrination is very strong. The pharmaceutical companies advertise and spend at least a third of all ad revenue across major media. If you think that I would get funded by a pharmaceutical company and then come on and tell you what I'm telling you now, it just doesn't happen. If I was being, if this was if I was cut away to a Pfizer ad and then came back to this at what I'm about to show you and tell you, you would be like, well, what the hell's going on? Pfizer would call me up and say, we're pulling our sponsorship of your show, okay? Because you just crushed our industry. Fox, MSNBC, CBS, any of these news stations, the newspapers, Time Magazine, Newsweek, you're not going to get real information that goes against their baby daddy. Whether it be Pfizer or Merck or Moderna or any of the pharmaceutical companies. You're not going to get the real information from those organizations that then cut away to a commercial that was sponsored by them. This is very, very much common sense, and it shouldn't be something that I have to say to anybody, or you should have to say to anybody. But here's the conversation that is so vitally important, is realizing the connections between media, banking, pharmaceuticals, big oil, big agriculture, big chemical, okay? There's all connections, and I'm going to walk you down through one by a friend who does great work in the area of vaccination. So if you're pro-vax, please check your coat at the door, recheck it, come back in. Just, you're not going to have to, unless you have a vaccination coming up for your child or yourself, or a flu shot that you got to take in the next couple hours, you're not going to need that coat right now. No one's going to attack you. No one's going to make you feel bad for your stance. But just be open, please. Be open to what I'm about to share with you. Okay? Now, let me take you to John Maverick. And John, if you're listening, great work on this, my friend. Okay. Now, I'm going to take you down through a story. Now, you've probably heard already okay, that Qantas is now going to require the COVID-19 vaccination before flying. Okay? Now, Qantas became quite popular. As you know, Qantas is an Australian airline. Okay? And Qantas became quite popular in a movie long ago. I forget the name of the movie, but it was Rain Man. And he didn't want to get on a plane to Vegas with Tom Cruise, his brother. So Dustin Hoffman's character, Rain Man, did not want to get on a plane. And his brother said, every airline, he says, airplanes crash. He said, every airline crashes. He said, Qantas, not Qantas. Qantas never, He says, well, Qantas doesn't fly to Vegas, Ray. Okay? So that kind of gave Qantas a little popularity. So it's a safe airline. It's a good airline, okay? But here's the problem. They're going to require vaccinations before flying, okay? So on the surface, this seems quite totalitarian. But let's dig a little deeper, okay? Qantas Airways Limited was privatized March 1993. British Airways buys a majority stake of Qantas Airways, 25% at the time, worth $665 million. British Airways is owned by International Airlines Group. International Airlines Group is one of the largest in the world. It has 598 aircraft and carries 118 million people annually. By the way, also think about how much airlines spend in advertising with these organizations that are giving you news. Qatar Airways owns International Airlines Group. So again, Qatar owns International, which owns Qantas. After purchasing an additional 600 million in shares in February 2020, coincidence? I think not. The Qatari government is now 50% shareholder of Qatar Airways. Qatari government. Qatar is off the coast of Saudi Arabia as the richest nation in the world. Qatar is governed by the Emir. The Emir are the ruling class, long family histories of leaderships and extreme wealth. The government is a de facto absolute monarchy. Absolute monarchy holds a supreme autocratic authority over its people. They are not restricted or bound by conventional authority. They are not bound by written law, legislation, or customs. They pretty much do whatever they want and have the money to do it. Their wealth originates from oil production and sales. Qatar Investment Authority takes stake in vaccine manufacturer CureVac. CureVac is making a COVID vaccine. CureVac is designing the MMA COVID-19 vaccine that will change our genetic makeup, turning us all into genetically modified organisms, aka GMO beings. No longer human beings. I've talked to you about this quite extensively, how they're trying to do this. Maybe, yes. Thank you. CureVac is now Bill Gates is the primary stakeholder and investor in CureVac. Okay, everything comes back to Gates, right? I've linked Gates to Fauci, Gates to Birx, Gates to UN, WHO, Johns Hopkins, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Gates is friends with Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar. It's amazing what a little research will reveal. Now, going full circle, do you see and understand why Qantas Airways Limited will require vaccines? There is a much larger picture. You must ask questions. You must ask why things are the way they are. You cannot just blindly follow along. Okay? This is just great work by John Maverick. The privatization of Qantas, International Airlines Group, Qatar Airways. And you can see that, there's Qatar down there right off the coast of Saudi Arabia. Al Thani, which originate one of the largest tribes in the Arabian Peninsula. And the political system. Great work by, and this is all we have to do, folks. Okay. Qatar Investment Authority takes stake in vaccine maker CureVac. That's a Reuters article. Okay. It's a German biotech company. And by the way, let me back up to that. Okay. Is backed by Microsoft billionaire Bill Gates, also secured 75 million euro or 85 million loan from the European Investment Bank earlier this month. Okay, this was back in, when was this? Recently, I believe. Okay. So you can see their fingers, their hands in this organization. Okay, in this agenda. Okay, this is the biggest thing that I want you to see here, is that there is a larger agenda at play here. Okay, welcome everybody. David Snedeker, this is the IndoctriNATION. Welcome to the broadcast. If you're coming in late, we are at about 2,000 beautiful human beings here in the theater on 5 different platforms. So welcome everybody. And so what we're seeing here is that we're seeing that there's a larger agenda which we know about. And the other thing that I've said to you multiple times is that I do not believe that Donald Trump is going to force vaccination of this COVID-19. I believe that he's offering it because there are so many people that believe that a vaccination is the solution to a problem where you have a 99.97 success rate of surviving. So why take a vaccine when you can survive something like at that level? Okay, and we're seeing very detrimental effects to the COVID vaccine trials that you're also not going to see on mainstream media for the exact reason that I just walked you through just now. Cheers, everybody. So I show you that not necessarily to jump on vaccination for this discussion this evening, but to explain that whenever there is an agenda, please understand that chances are that there's going to be a Hegelian dialectic dialed into that agenda, and they're going to have a problem, reaction, solution. And the solution to the COVID, by the way, okay, and I've mentioned this multiple times, the solution is mail-in voting. Look what happened. Okay, look what happened to the ballots. Look what happened to this election. Okay, so they forced mail-in voting. That means there's more ballots out there that you could shake a stick at. Crash the economy. Okay, because that's the major thing that Donald Trump has going for him. Blame COVID deaths on Donald Trump. Because face it, folks, the Democrats, the deep state, the cabal, and more importantly, China needs to get Donald John Trump out of office. Because if they don't, and they're upheld to this new trade deal, their economy is going to collapse. What they don't realize, well, they do realize, is that we are going to collapse their economy because we aren't going to continue to buy things that are made in China because of this bioweapon that they unleashed upon the world. But also, they understand that if they have Joe Biden and they have their people back in office, Feinstein, Pelosi's, Biden's, Obama's, that they have that control mechanism back in, they know that they're now going to be able to control the economy to the level of they're going to be able to force their way into the United States. Not with Donald Trump. So they have to get him out of here. So all those factors, they trying to get Donald Trump out, and a worldwide vaccine for the CV-19. A worldwide vaccine that will also have a tracker in it, a device that tells you who is vaccinated, who is not, and also the hydrogel, which is putting us more in touch with the machines, the internet, the control mechanism, the control grid, the 5G, rather than, and I'm saying words I shouldn't be saying right now, rather than our connection with our God, our Creator, Jesus Christ, each other, our children, our parents, humanity, nature. I've been harping on this since my days on, broadcasting to you from the beach, from my backyard. That is our connection with Source, our connection with each other, our connection with creation. They want us connected to an ATM, to a Ralph's, Kroger, Walmart, Costco, to pay for our goods, to the banks, so that they can, if we don't play nice, they can switch us off and we can't buy anything. Okay, if we don't play nice, if we don't get a vaccine, they won't let us fly on Qantas, which happens to be owned by a company that owns a company that makes the vaccine. This is no different than Richard Pan in California, who gets rid of the religious exemption, gets rid of the medical exemption for staying away from vaccines in California, and takes 6 figures plus from the pharmaceutical industry. This is no different. It's all interrelated. And we are being played like a bad fiddle. And so it's important for us to step outside of the indoctrination. It is important for us to, if you have some a form of possibly something you haven't been able to figure out or get rid of, it's important to understand that the human being is perfect. But it's not if there's chemicals and metals and glyphosate and all these things inside the being that throw off the mental, the physical, and make things very difficult for us. See, they figured out a long time ago, and if you're with me on this, great. If not, I ask you to again, check your coat and just hear me out. When you understand that there is an agenda at play here that goes far beyond these pharmaceutical companies actually want to make us better. Okay? Even if that was the intention of the pharmaceutical companies, to make humanity better, ask yourself, are they? I'm not asking about your feelings on the matter. I'm asking you to look at the statistics. Look at how many people die every year from pharmaceuticals. I'm asking you to look at the opioid epidemic in our country, in the world. I'm asking you to look at the prescriptions that are written that were the wrong prescription, or the prescriptions that were written that actually harm the human being rather than help the human being. Okay? Just look at the numbers. Take your emotion out of the situation. Think from a logical left brain standpoint and look at the numbers and ask yourself, even if the pharmaceutical industry had good intentions for us, even if big agriculture really did have good intentions to feed the world, how are they doing with that? Are they successful? And my answer to you, and I think you will come to the same answer if you look at the same numbers that I've looked at, which are the real numbers here, is no. They're not doing a successful job at all. They are poisoning us. They're poisoning us. And if you just say that they should be replaced or we should replace them simply for their failure, that's one thing. But when you look a little deeper and you realize that these companies, these organizations, were actually developed to thin the herd, to thin the population, and actually weaken us. You see, genocide is no longer politically correct, but a slow genocide that fills the coffers of those inflicting the genocide upon the masses over a long period of time with drugs, with drugs to fix the problems that were created by the pharmaceuticals industry to begin with. How many people do you know on one pharmaceutical? You got one pharmaceutical you're taking and the body reacts, and now you need a second and a third and a fourth to fix the one that is already causing problems. So when you dig a little deeper and you realize that the companies that are actually providing these types of drugs across the planet actually have an interest in our demise and our extinction for their own profit, then you go to a whole nother level of shattering the indoctrination and thinking freely outside the confines of the mainstream media, which has been designed to do what it's doing, and that is controlling the narrative that benefits them. It's really that simple. Thank God. People are saying, I am so done with 2020. You know what? Not me. Bring it on. Why? Because I don't want to go into 2021 with a bunch of assholes. I don't want to go into 2021 with the same narrative that we have been played with for generations. We have been controlled. We have been manipulated across every single aspect. The indoctrination, vaccination nation, incarceration nation, they're enslaving us. Medication nation, the Rockefeller foundations that took over the hospitals and took over the schools and the ivy covered walls. Rockefeller was not a good man. He wanted to enslave humanity. In his own words, he has said that. Okay? The absolute education nation, public education in this country, we must allow the money to follow the student where the parent wants the student to go, because the public education in this country is not there to educate you. You may be doing fine with it. You may be okay because you have control over the situation, or you're working with your kids outside of that. But here's the bottom line. Freedom of Information Act that was sought out by Charlotte Iserbyt many years ago, the Pennsylvania State Board of Education. The mission statement for the public education is not to educate, but to create conformity. To create conformity. What happens when your child acts up in school? Maybe he's acting up because the human being isn't meant to sit at a desk for 7 hours a day. The human being is supposed to move around and be caught up in the joy of play and caught up in the joy of imagination, which is absolutely crushed from his spirit every step of the way. They are dumbing down the population, Antoinette. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. They're dumbing down our population intentionally. Thomas Jefferson said, a government does not benefit from a well-educated population. And he meant well-educated, like real education. What's real education? Not giving you the answer, not spoon-feeding you the answer, because then you will always have to be spoon-fed. No. It's getting you to ask questions that you've never asked before. It's getting you to step outside of the paradigm of the I'm going to give you this, you're going to memorize it, you're going to regurgitate it back to me, I'm going to grade you on how well you do that. No. Think for yourself. Think for yourself. Step outside of the paradigm that you have been locked into. And think for yourself. Check back in 10 minutes. This is what this is all about. This is what this is all about. Changing the paradigm, changing the dynamic that we have been enslaved by. This isn't about pointing our fingers and putting people in Gitmo and thinking that everything's going to be better. No. This is about you and I shifting into a higher paradigm, a paradigm that we have not been before, to a whole new paradigm that we've never been to before. Okay, let me see what we have here, folks. I just want to double check. I had a couple guests that I think I was going to be able to bring on tonight to introduce you to, and trying to find out if that's going to happen or not. How's everyone doing tonight? That is my opener for this Friday evening, November 27th. In the year of our Lord 2020, and here we go. We got some huge timestamps and drops that we're going to be going over tonight. So I look forward to doing that with you, with Todd. And let me see here. Let me just check something here. And here we go. All right. Folks, hold on one second. I'll be right back with you, all right? Let me put some music on for you here. Stephanie? Stephanie?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can very well. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Great. Now, do you have Rachel on with you, or does she have to call in separately?
She'll have to call in separately.
Okay. Can she call in through Messenger?
She could if you just direct her to me through the text. Just say, Rachel, call me through Messenger.
Okay.
Just write in our text thread.
Okay. Are we friends on Messenger? Do you know? Does she know?
Let me send you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me just do a three-way. I think we've done a three-way there, but now I'm not positive. So, you're sounding great, by the way. I was really enjoying what you were saying.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad you were checking it out.
Yep.
Yeah. Important stuff. And how about that COVID vaccine coming to a circle there with that company?
Yeah, right. Okay, now we're together on Messenger.
Okay.
Message.
Let's see.
She said she was on standby, so let's hope she's letting us ping her.
Messenger. I'm in Messenger now. Oh, we're on Messenger. Okay, that works. Yes. So I think, yeah, that might work here. So let me see if I can call you both and make that work there.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That may switch over if that's the case. Okay. Do you see me coming in? We're gonna have to jump on this. Let's see. Rachel's is Rachel? Hold on one sec. Hey, Rachel, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, fantastic. Stephanie, are you there as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you guys. All right, I'll do an intro here in just a second. And Rachel, excuse me. All right. Okay, folks. Go. Transition. All right, folks, I am back. Can you hear me all right, everybody? And I'm going to introduce you. Rachel and Stephanie, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just need to make sure that you are... that I can, that the crew can hear you here, and give me 1 second here to check in on everybody. How's everyone doing? I just want to make sure that that you can hear me, and can you hear Rachel and Stephanie? Guys, can you please say hi, and we'll see if we can hear you.
Hello, hello.
Okay. That's very low. There is a problem with Messenger with the audio being quite low, unfortunately. And let me see if I can jack that up. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. And guys, go ahead and, if you would, just introduce yourselves. And I just want to hear if they can hear you okay. And I'll jack you guys up as much as I can.
Yeah, so this is Stephanie Dawn. Hello. I'm a mother of 2 teenage boys, and you're a friend, Dave.
Yes, we've been friends for a long time. And a survivor of breast cancer.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic, which is a journey that you've been on for some time and have just done incredibly well, and got a huge handle on it, I would say.
Yes, yeah, I'm doing really well. Thriving, I would say.
Awesome, and you are coming through loud and clear as well.
Excellent.
And Rachel?
Hey there.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here and appreciating you and your show. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Rachel, I met through Stephanie, and the reason why I wanted to bring these lovely ladies on. Rachel, would you tell us just a little bit about yourself, and then I'll tell you, explain a
Sure.
little bit while we're here.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thanks. Well, I live in San Francisco, and I am my background is in Ayurvedic nutrition, and I work really closely with Stephanie. We're a team here, and we help other people with their health. So I'm a health coach, and just really inspired. I had a really challenging bout with Hashimoto's autoimmune disorder for like 9 years, and was struggling to find answers, and suddenly found something that works for me, and feel like it's just a really relevant time to be helping people learn about health and nutrition, and learning about how to boost their immune systems, and really just do things naturally, which is what's so impressive about Stephanie, my friend here. She's just had such an incredible transformation, turned her breast cancer around naturally, and you don't hear about that too often. And
Yep.
she's very vocal about it.
Yeah. Well, I talked last week to our audience, lovely, beautiful human beings, and we were talking about how we have certain things that have been put into our bodies through our food, through our water, through vaccines, through the air that we breathe, and I talk about that quite a bit on the show. And many of the Snedheads have asked me to talk more about solutions. So we have so many problems that are coming at us, and many of the solutions that we talk about here are trying to understand exactly what's going on the planet so that we can navigate this crazy world just a little bit better. And I knew that Stephanie had a tool, if I may, a program by which she was able to get one of the most toxic substances that our bodies have in it is something called glyphosate, which I will let you talk more about that, but I have explained to my audience the history of Monsanto, weapons manufacturer in the Vietnam War with Agent Orange, and how they basically took control of our agricultural market here and in India, and the absolute tragedies that have occurred in India with the suicides by farmers that can't afford their seeds because they don't reproduce seeds. They have to buy a new one each year, and their debt dies with you, so they kill themselves so that their family will not be shamed, and their family will no longer have the burden of the debt. And that's in the hundreds of thousands of farmers now, which is a tragedy all in itself. And how Bayer was a weapons manufacturer. Actually, IG Farben created the gas that was used in the gas chambers of the concentration camps in Nazi Germany, and then they branched off into Bayer, and then bought out Monsanto, and so now this company, whose origins were, both of them were to harm human beings, are now in control of our food supply. And they created a product called Roundup, Monsanto did, and in Roundup is a product called glyphosate, which is used to try to keep insects from eating the vegetables and whatever it's sprayed on, but that ends up in our bodies as well. And so in all of my journey in terms of trying to find solutions for my audience, I came across, this was long before my audience, but I met Stephanie and knew the journey that she was on. And so I wanted to introduce this on this beautiful Friday when most people are, buying products that may not be to their benefit, And this is a product that could help my audience and also help support this broadcast. And also, I wanted to share that we're going to be adding many more things to the marketplace over the next couple of days for the holidays, of which I've already spoken with many of you about that. So if you ladies would like to take it away, I'll let you do the talking, and I'm just grateful that you're here to share your story with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us, Dave. This is something that we're both really passionate about. And I'd like to go back in time a little bit to right around the time that we met, actually, Dave. My son, Zephyr, he's 14 now. He suffered from what I would term a compromised gut for most of his young life. And I thought, oh, that's just Zephyr's constitution, you know, it's just who he is, right? It's just his makeup.
Yeah.
No, it's not who he is. What I learned is that I was unknowingly poisoning my son by feeding him Cheerios. Because what I learned back in 2016 is that Cheerios have the highest parts per billion of glyphosate sprayed on them. And glyphosate is a desiccant, actually, Dave. It's an herbicide, and it kills the immune system of the plant. And that's exactly what it does when we eat the foods that are sprayed with glyphosate, which is so many of the foods that Americans are eating every day. Cheerios is just the beginning, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, and so there was an incredible report that was done in 2016 that rocked Big Ag. It's called Glyphosate Unsafe on Any Plate. And I can get you that PDF so that you
That'd
and
be
your
great.
audience can read it, because that was what, you know, really stopped everything for me. I took the Cheerios out of our pantry, and I thought we were in the clear. You know, my son was doing better until he wasn't again. And then I figured out that he was eating non-organic wheat bagels, and I learned that glyphosate is sprayed on wheat as well. And at that point, the company that I'm with, we learned about a new product that they were launching that removes glyphosate from the body. And I'll be honest with you, Dave, when it first came out, I was really skeptical. I thought we were making some really big claims, and I couldn't quite get behind it until the early clinical trials came out. And the early clinical trials were very impressive, removing up to 74% of glyphosate in a 6-week period of time, and reducing the CRP, the C-reactive protein, by 75%, which is very meaningful.
Wow.
It's the marker for inflammation.
In 6
And
weeks?
so,
In 6 weeks?
Yeah, 6-week period of time, a
Wow.
75% decrease. So I gave it to my kid, and he was really sick for 1 week, like every morning, waking up just not well, diarrhea, stomach ache, on the toilet, like really, like my boy was not himself. And I'm like, what is going on with my kid? And that's when I figured out that it was the bagels that he was eating almost every day. It was his favorite, breakfast. And I gave him our product, and within a week he was better. So he takes it to this day, and that he's just one of many, many stories. But what I realized, Dave, is that I couldn't keep quiet about this.
Yeah.
I had to share this with other parents, which is why I contacted you, because I knew you were a really woke dude. And I'm like, Dave, we could help a lot of people, back then I just was thinking about our Waldorf community in Los Angeles.
Right.
But, here we are, and your reach has gotten a little bit wider.
Yeah. And we met actually through the topic that I opened with tonight, with the vaccinations. In that fight, if you will, just for our freedom of what to do with our child and our children and ourselves. It's not like we were. And by the way, if it wasn't that, if they were taking away another freedom of ours, we might have met through that as well, because there's other areas in which our freedoms are being taken from us. And we're seeing that on a mass scale right now. And it's like you give them an inch, they take a mile, and that's our government. Doesn't matter if it's local, state, or federal. And that's exactly what's happening. Yeah.
I agree with you completely, and it's deeply disturbing.
Yeah.
And, so this is my way of merging my, my activism with my prosperity, like it's just really how to help people wake up to the toxicity of our food, because it's
Yeah.
very serious. It's everywhere and it's in everything. It's omnipresent.
My listeners have either already knew that or have awakened to it through a lot of dialogue we've had here. And we have a very, very awake audience. So it's not, I don't think you're going to have to do a lot of convincing of what's there because of their awareness around it. But what a gift that there's something that we can actually get it out of our system with. I've got another product that Sandy has. I'm going to talk to you guys about that. That helps get metals out of our body, things like that. So we're going to get into these things more about how we can not just break free from the mental indoctrination, but the physical and emotional indoctrination as well. That's a great story. So awesome that Zephyr is doing better. And tell him I said hello.
I will. He saw you. He saw you when he heard you quote Thomas Jefferson. He's like, what? Because that's his middle name is Jefferson.
Oh, awesome.
He remembers you well. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And how about you, Rachel? Love to hear more about you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting. Everything that you are talking about, glyphosate, it's just so close to my heart. As I've worked as a farmer. I've lived on many farms, and even on organic farms, we're just surrounded by so much glyphosate drift from Roundup from just other farms. It's just hard to avoid. So it gets into the organic world as well. No matter how much we try to keep it off, there's residual spray. I've struggled with digestion my whole life up until about 5 years ago when I discovered this protocol that Stephanie and I both started doing. And I feel like so many of us just live with compromised gut health and don't even know it. Like when I got well, I had never felt that before. I was like, really? I didn't even know it was normal to go, TMI, but, to go potty so much. And like, it feels so clean and clear, and to feel, bloating was sort of a regular part of my life. And I think a lot of people live with a compromised gut and don't even know it. Yeah. And then we start to have things like diabetes and other autoimmune disorders, and Lyme disease becomes impossible to fight off. And, and then get along with the gut health, then we've got autism and different types of mental health issues, causes depression. And there's just been so many correlations between gut and things like depression and Alzheimer's and dementia. And so it's really becoming more and more imperative the more studies come out that we really need to take action and recognize we have to approach the gut. And so when I did this superfoods protocol that had all these amazing, incredible, dense nutrients in it, after being sick for 9 years, I went to different people. I went to Ayurveda. I studied Ayurveda, became a practitioner to heal myself, the wounded healer thing. I went to a Chinese medical doctor and a naturopath and Eastern, Western medicine. And I just there were different little things that I would notice little help, things would be helpful and stuff, but I just wasn't getting all the way better. But I made a decision one day. I said, this is the year. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And, after being needing to take naps all the time, I was 42 when I finally discovered this protocol of nutrients and superfoods, and just kind of found this sort of 30-day protocol. I've been sick for 9 years, and then here it was all of a sudden in 10 days, or even the first 10 days, my first 7 days, all of my symptoms disappeared. And one of the symptoms I didn't mention was brain fog. So how interesting that I started having amazing digestion, and all of a sudden my brain cleared.
Wow.
All of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I'm no longer foggy headed. Just to paint you a picture, it was kind of like being stoned. I literally felt I would get lost in a conversation with someone, and I'd be embarrassed in the middle of a conversation. I'd be talking and literally mid-sentence be like, what am I talking about? I can't even remember what the subject is. I don't remember where this is even going. It was just so awkward. And so I just stopped. I started being more antisocial, and I was just like, oh my God, this is no fun. And just being too fatigued to even go out. And I was 42. And I feel like this is another thing that happens, Dave, is I feel like people often feel that aging
Yeah.
is losing health. That like we associate getting older means getting sicker,
Yeah.
and it doesn't need to be. There, I think back in the old days, people used to die a natural death, and it wasn't because they were sick. It's like, okay, my time has come, but
Yeah.
many people who are able to live a really long, healthy life, and they're not miserable when they go. They're still hiking, they're still walking, they're hanging out, talking to their families, having a clear mind, and that's possible. And so this is what I'm going for. But I didn't see that. I didn't see it was possible at the time when I was sick. So
Yeah.
here I was. I embarked on this protocol. Now, mind you, I was already like avidly organic. I was an organic farmer. I lived on organic farms.
Yeah.
I traveled on Kauai and the Midwest and lived on farms and created my own farm. So this was like already a healthy lifestyle, in my opinion. I was doing everything I could. I tried everything. I was, vegan, vegetarian, paleo, I tried it all. Nothing really put a dent in anything. And it wasn't really until I found this protocol that all of a sudden, within the first 7 days, I suddenly was able to remember people's names. I was like
7 days. 7 days.
Yeah, I hadn't even gone through the whole 30 yet. I was feeling, I was having like normal digestion. My bloating disappeared.
Yeah.
And this was actually like at the end, I would say like 7 days into the acceleration is when I really started noticing things, which is like the second phase of the 30-day protocol.
Yeah.
And I kind of just thought like, wow, it's a miracle. I remember having so much energy. I wanted to go to the gym, and I hated working out. I mean, that was not something fun to me. I would occasionally run like on a treadmill and force myself to go to the gym to run. But I actually, for the first time in my life, like actual life at 42 years old, wanted to work out. And I got myself to the gym one morning at like 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, whatever. And I just got on this treadmill and I just was like, I need to move. And I just started running. And I remember I could see my face in this reflection on the little screen in front of me. And I was smiling ear to ear. And I just thought, oh my God, I haven't seen this person. Who is that? Who is that person smiling back at me? Like,
wow.
I haven't seen her in years. Who is she? And I was just so happy. It was like a reunion. I'm like, oh my God, look at that face. That's me. I'm happy. And
awesome.
I ran for a long time, and that smile lasted the whole run. I thought, this is crazy. And I kept turning the machine up, making it faster and faster and faster until I finally, I'd like increased it by 2 miles. So I went from 4.1 miles an hour to like 6.9 miles an hour.
Wow. Awesome.
And I never run that fast or for that long. So I knew at that moment, I'm like, I've found something ridiculous, like ridiculously cool. And I even remember saying to myself, I wonder if this is what it's like to be on steroids.
Right. So that's fantastic. Please continue. Yeah, please continue.
So I knew it was all natural, but that's when I really dove into the products. I studied with the founder of the superfoods company, and I went to his school, the David Snedeker Academy of Learning, and I got certified. And I was just like, I have to know what this is because I need to share this with the world. And I got really excited about, sharing it with everyone, join the company, and, helped a lot of people recover from things. And I have a couple of friends who are no longer diabetic with this nutritional support, and a couple, friends who've recovered completely from Lyme disease who are like pain-free after struggling for years. So I've seen, these are just a few of like the enormous number of, testimonials that have like flooded my cell phone with text messages, and it's just amazing. So, here I am 5 years later, and since in the last 5 years, I kind of thought that would just end when I was done with my protocol, but I kind of stayed on the core nutrients for the last 5 years, and none of my symptoms have returned.
Yeah.
I can say if they say you can recover from Hashimoto's, but it's definitely completely in remission.
That's amazing. There's so much, folks, as you know, I don't do commercials here. And I don't do something that I won't take myself and or haven't used myself or haven't researched myself. I have researched this product about the third party. What was the source of the third party that found that it removes 75% of the glyphosate? And then there was another one, the other chemical I can't remember the name of. But go ahead.
The detoxproject.org is the ones that certified the product, Dave.
That's right. Detoxproject.org. Okay. The detoxproject.org. So I just wanted to share a couple things. One, that as you guys know, I only bring you things I believe in. I've known Stephanie for several years now, and I've watched her, kick cancer's ass. I've seen her lose weight, a tremendous amount of weight. I've seen, the health of her son. And I'm like, okay, I've been putting you off long enough. I got to do this. I got to get on this. And so we are on, I'm putting my family on this program, and it's a 30-day program. We may even change that to a 10-day program. But we're going to be on it for forever. And I will say this, as you guys know, I'm not a rich guy, and so for me, it was, initially when you look at the price of something, you got to figure out how much it actually saves you in food, because so much of it is replacing the food initially, and so I just wanted to say that, like, how my mind worked around it, because there's a lot of people that are struggling right now financially. So I would like to talk about what you guys recommend on how to get this. I'll show you guys. I'll link it. I don't know if it's up on the website yet, Eric. If you could put that up there, I'd appreciate it. I sent that to you. But I'll also drop it here where they can link and they can go buy this. And by the way, you're supporting the program by doing this. This is a way to support the program, but more importantly, support you and support your health and your gut health. Any wheat product that is not organic has glyphosate in it. Pizza, pasta, Cheerios, crackers, bread, anything that has wheat in it, especially in these United States, has a tremendous amount of glyphosate in it. And Stephanie, I told you that I use this shake product, that I would be replacing the shake product that I use.
Yeah.
I told you I was doing Orgain. And why was I using Orgain, Stephanie?
You were using it because it was a protein shake, and
it's organic, right?
And it was organic. Yeah.
So what's wrong with this picture of eating organic? I'm going to show you guys the detox project, but before we get to that, I want to show you the Purium. It's not up yet, but the detox project actually showed me the Orgain was getting way too much glyphosate. It's got so much glyphosate in it. Why is that if it's organic?
So there's several reasons why. As Rachel was stating a moment ago, there's drift from conventional farms that are near organic farms. And then the USDA has determined that there's allowable amounts of glyphosate in hydroponic organic, because they're building hydroponic farms over top of fields that they've killed all the weeds. So, it's just the whole organic label, in my opinion, is becoming compromised. And as a self-described organic freak for the past 30 years, I too have lived on organic farms, as Rachel was mentioning. This is just unacceptable to me. It's outrageous that the USDA has allowable amounts of glyphosate in any, way, shape, or form.
This organic protein, the Orgain, plant-based protein powder, natural, unsweetened, has 83,281 parts per billion in glyphosate. Its next level of an organic protein powder has 10,000, and going all the way down to 15, 39. No detection of some of them. But the one I'm using, I'm thinking I'm doing okay because I've got, so at any rate, I want to share a couple things. That one is the product that I started on is let me think about this a second. Is the tell me what I'm
Ultimate
I'm
lifestyle transformation.
Yes. It's got like this super meal shake. It's got the Biomedic, which is the thing that takes the glyphosate out of your system, right? And then it's got super aminos and something else too, the Revive It All. And so, but basically, this whole program is what I'm looking to what I'm stepping into, and that's going to be to get this stuff out of my system. And I look forward to having the same kind of results that you guys are having. That would be pretty awesome.
And I think you missed the apothecary juice. Did you say apothecary juice?
I didn't. No, I didn't bring that in with me. But that's a juicy drink every night, and it's delicious.
Really,
and the shakes are really good too.
Yeah. They all do different things for the body, but it's really complete because, you've got your plant-based protein, you have your nutrients of, 12 servings of vegetables. You've got, the apothecary juice is so important for detox and deep sleep.
Yeah. And
then you've got, the Biomedic is a probiotic, a prebiotic, and a plusbiotic.
Okay.
So it does three important things. It reduces glyphosate, number one, most important. Like removing it, actually, I should say removing glyphosate, right?
Yeah.
75% in 6 weeks. It repairs the villi, which are those little hairs, those little tendrils that absorb nutrients. So it helps you absorb more nutrients. It's amazing. And then the third thing it does is it gives you more flora. So it restores flora and like the more gut bacteria that you need. So it's doing all these three things, and it's just incredible. And I've seen people who have struggled with wheat allergies actually have pretty amazing results. So can do a lot of good.
So I'm putting the link in. Here's the thing that we're offering folks. First of all, if you use when you go to iShop Purium, I just dropped the link in the chat here, and there'll be a link on the website. But also I'm showing you the webpage of Purium with the link Snedecation. So whenever you go and buy it, if you use the code word Snedecation, capital S, Snedecation, because I consider this Snedecation, like medication, but better. And you'll get $104.75 off, and you get all of this incredible. Like I only showed you 4 of multiple things that Rachel is also adding. It's $314. That's a 30-day program, and you'll spend that in food that you won't have to spend with this as well. Maybe a little bit extra to add on to that, but that's what I'm looking at is actual cost savings as well, because it keeps a lot of coal to keep this locomotive moving. And so I take a little bit more food than the next person. But you can look in here, you can see the different products. But if you get the 30-day, you can do that. Now, if somebody can't afford, and by the way, this isn't just a product we're offering. Okay, I have gotten a commitment from these 2 fabulous ladies that we are going to do a broadcast on Sunday, possibly tomorrow as well with Stephanie, of support of where you can do a Zoom call and you can ask questions. We'll probably just do I'll figure that out, but and then definitely Sunday with both Rachel and Stephanie, and we're going to do a weekly Zoom call for anybody that wants to join and learn more about the products. And also this weekend is a Green Friday, they call it. I love that, instead of Black Friday. or as I
Supporting
call,
sustainable businesses.
yeah, supporting sustainable businesses. By the way, this is huge, and this is why we're doing the Snedhead Marketplace, because we're going to support each other. And we're not going to, we're going to not buy from Walmart if we can avoid it, not buy from Amazon if we can avoid it, things of that nature, and support independent business people just like yourselves and me, this broadcast. We support each other. And so, and you can learn more about that as well if you wanted to get involved with that. For those that where $314 might be too much, is there a level that you would say, come in at this level and buy this particular product and it'll do this? Or also, is it the kind of thing where if they share it with 3 other people that they get something free? Or that we can discuss that more this weekend maybe.
Yeah, so the other option is the Core 4 Daily, which is what Rachel and I do every single day. It's just the Biomedic, the Power Shake, and or the Love Super Meal.
Okay.
The Super Aminos and the Apothecary. That folks can get that for, I think it's like $174 before tax and shipping, and they can get the business with that as well. So. But yeah, we can talk more about that in the Zoom. There's a lot of options here for depending on what a person or family needs.
Okay, awesome. Can I just say one more thing?
Oh, absolutely.
If people are going to go use your link, they would be looking for the Daily Core 4. It's called, and
Daily Core 4.
I recommend the variety pack for either package, whether you get the Ultimate Lifestyle Transformation or the Daily Core 4. Go for the variety pack.
Okay,
that's an option.
Okay,
and just like you were saying, it's such a great way to save money. When I did this, I was struggling with my health, and this actually saved me about $300 on my grocery bill.
Okay.
And we're really eating clean and green the whole month, so we're not doing snacking. We're not going out. I mean, you can indulge on the holiday, right? I just had a huge indulgence yesterday for Thanksgiving, and or Indigenous Peoples Day, and anyway, you can indulge on those days because you're eating so healthy, and so those things don't cause guilt or fear or hang-ups in the body because you're eating so clean the rest of the time. And that's really the whole idea, is we're just empowering ourselves. So
awesome.
Yeah.
All right,
so it's a great way.
More info on that. I'm going to put out a Zoom call link if you guys are interested on my Facebook page and on Snedication. And we'll get together this weekend. We'll talk more about it, or you can click on that link that I just dropped down there. Thank you, ladies. Beautiful Rachel, Stephanie, for a great introduction to this, and I appreciate it. Yeah. And we'll talk very soon.
Thank you. Have a great night, everyone.
All right. All the best. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Thanks for that from Rachel and Stephanie, and I look forward to talking more about that. And thank you for your patience in supporting this broadcast, so that we can keep this rolling here, and also support our other crew. Speaking of which, Todd and Cindy, if you guys want to chime in, buzz in. Actually, hold on one second, folks, and I will be right back, and we'll be back with Todd. We got some huge news to talk about with Todd here coming up, and I look forward to doing that with you. So just give me about 2 minutes, and I'll be back with you. All right? See ya. All right, I'm back with you, folks. Back with you. How we doing? Hey, Todd, Cindy, go on and call in on the WhatsApp, if you will, and hopefully we'll have this dialed in the way that I know we can. Let's see, folks. We are cooking with fire here. Let's hope. And let's see here. Let's see if we got this dialed in here. And there they are. Let's see. Hello.
Hey, Dave. How you doing, buddy?
Good, bud. How you doing? What a week, man. Holy cow.
Oh, yes. Turkey, a little bit of football, and a lot of boom, 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 boom.
A lot of boom, boom, boom. Hey, folks, let me know you can hear Todd, please. Please, please, please. Todd is loud. Yes. Hey, that's awesome. Thanks, Hawk. Thanks, Hawk.
Hey, they can hear me.
Yeah, dude, you're coming in loud and clear. Guys, just know that we normally, Todd and Cindy, sorry for the loud, but normally they're through Messenger and they have tough time communicating through that, and they're a little low. So Todd's coming in a little hot because we're dealing through WhatsApp now. So you're hearing him. Are our levels pretty balanced here, or does he need to come down a little bit?
Here, let me do a little check. Let me do a little check here, Dave.
Awesome. So they're saying loud and clear, 5-5.
I'm just dealing with the delay. I want to hear my voice for once. Here, let me do a little check. Hey.
Not bad, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
All right. Check. 1, 2.
He likes to hear himself.
No, I don't. I don't sound inside my skull. I sound a lot better than I do when I come out of my mouth.
Hey, Cindy, how you doing?
Hello, I'm fine.
Awesome.
I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving yesterday.
Yeah. Good stuff yesterday. Good day. And the Snedheads, I tell you, I put out something on just checking in, and boy, the love that came flowing back is unbelievable. You guys are awesome. Thank you all.
Oh my God, yeah.
Right?
Every time I made a post on Facebook, I had 1,000 people that were wishing nothing but well wishes, nothing but good thoughts, good vibes, and I appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't get back to everybody, but it's just impossible.
Yep. 5-5 Robin is loud and clear. That's how 17 communicates with us. So all right, what a day, what a week. Tell me where you'd like to go, my friend. I know go ahead.
Well, we can start with, remember when we talked before the show, I said, let me just check out the latest Twitter timestamps for the president.
Uh-huh.
And of course, he came through for me again.
Awesome. Yeah.
So what I did was,
the last broadcast that we did, we pulled up the President Trump's tweets, and the timestamps were just off the charts. Like where we went with us. It was unbelievable.
They're hitting every time now, Dave.
Awesome.
There's hardly any swings and misses.
Tell everyone what that means to us when we hear that, for the newbies out there. If you would just explain that a little bit.
All right. So what I do is I go through President Trump's Twitter, and I look at the times that the posts were made, the tweets were done. And for example, if that was 8:06 Eastern time, then I simply go to 8:06 in the 17 posts, and it's been correlating. See, they're getting a hold of us and getting their information out to us through their timestamps more than they are putting it out there for the world to see.
Exactly.
So if you're clued in, and they've been doing this for a long time. This is not a new thing, but it used to be that the tweets that usually hit were the isolated ones.
Yeah.
The ones with mistakes in them, or the ones that maybe when President Trump tweeted the first thing in the morning or the last one at night. Yeah. And the ones throughout the middle of the day were nothing burgers, because they're not doing it on every tweet. But as we ramp up towards the what I think is the end of this, they are signaling more and more. So they're using the timestamps definitely now. I mean, it's just bullseye after bullseye, and you can tell because they're related. The subjects are related.
Yeah. So, Todd, here's something I just wanted to say. That I listened to some really awake people today. People that I've listened to for a long time. And they weren't talking about 17. The 17th letter in the alphabet. And because of that, I'm just realizing, I mean, it's so obvious to me they're not seeing the whole picture.
No.
Because I'll tell you.
No, they're absolutely not.
Yeah, because I'll tell you this. If it wasn't for the 17th letter in the alphabet and all the drops on Q alerts, okay, that I've been following for, 3 years. If it wasn't for that, I would not be talking about Donald John Trump as much as I do. I would not be supporting him as much as I do. Because, and I said this with my interview, by the way, we talked about you on the broadcast this morning, my interview with Craig Allen Campbell. This
in a good way?
This gent. Yeah, except he got your name wrong once. But he knows you. He listens to the program, but he called you Brad at one point. It was hilarious.
Oh, well, that's fine. Call me whatever.
I said, yeah, I call him Brad sometimes too. But at any rate, so at any rate,
Brad Tesla.
Yeah, exactly. So, but at any rate, we were talking this morning and about the just the digs into the 17. And I said to him, I said, listen, I don't carry water for Donald Trump. But because of what I know that he's doing for the children and human trafficking, and Ivanka is such a solid impact on him with that regard, and the people that he's taking out that are doing that, I will carry him on my back as far as he needs to go. If that's the only thing he's doing. Because the rest of it, any decent politician should do for us, for humanity. Right? Take better care of your veterans. Take better care of your warriors. Take better care of the people that need your help. Things like that. Lower the taxes because we're paying way too much. These are all things that any decent man, any decent politician would do. And Donald Trump's doing those things. But to take out the cabal, to take out the deep state that is absolutely destroying humanity, that's a whole nother level. And you only really get that if you're tapping into the 17th.
You have to be.
Yeah.
You absolutely have to be. And that's why General Flynn was so important when he made that speech, a while back, about how they need digital soldiers. They need us.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
how else would they get the word out, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
When the media is completely against you.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
That just shows the significance, and that's why we've had the growth we've had on, from 40 people on this program to whatever we are now, and that's even through suppression.
Yeah, I mean, we're easily getting 4,000 every broadcast, not necessarily live, but definitely by the next day. And thanks to you all for sharing. And so we are definitely growing. And it's, because of the truth, because of the way in which we deliver it and the way that we share the information that most people aren't getting. Quite frankly, I mean, some of the booms we got on the last program, guys. If you haven't seen Tuesday's broadcast, please do yourself a favor and go back and watch at least a couple hours of it. It was what was it, 5 or something?
I think we were at a short show at 5.
Yeah, it was a short one. So, all right. So take us down this timestamp. I'm going to pull up President Trump's tweets. Which one do you want me to go to? Thanks for that explanation. I think that's really helpful to everybody just to kind of solidify, but also to, for the newbies.
Well, in this information, Dave, I mean, I don't know that I would be so into President Trump face value. I love his message. I love what he's doing, but I wouldn't know what he's doing behind the scenes. And to know what he's doing behind the scenes and dealing with the media that he's dealing with and the slings and arrows that he faces every day and his family face every day, that makes me want to go to battle with him.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And, and to know that this isn't just about, running an economy or, he's trying to help the world. He's trying to eliminate human trafficking. It's just huge.
Yeah.
This is massive.
Yeah.
And, if you don't get on board and want to help this guy, then I'm sorry. I just don't understand you.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
So, Dave, I did 4 Twitter posts, Twitter timestamp deltas today, and we can look at those later. But this one, it's 7:13 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Let me pull that up. 7:13 Eastern Standard Time. Let's see. So that was. Let me get a ballpark here. 11:35 a.m. So we're going to p.m. Yeah, you want to go p.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is one of his latest.
Okay. Yep. Okay. It's going to say 4:13 on mine, guys, because as you know, I'm on the West Coast. So, but actually 7:13. So, Donald Trump tweeted, "Rudy Giuliani will be on Greg Kelly Reports at 7:15 p.m. at Newsmax." Okay. Now, anybody else will see that and say, "Oh, hey, honey, Giuliani's going to be on Greg Kelly tonight on Newsmax. Let's call our cable provider and make sure that they have Newsmax, and let's watch it." Right? But we look at things a little differently. We look at this little number down here, right? And then we go up to 7:13 because that's the Eastern Standard Time. And we go to the Q drop 7:13. This was drop February 10th, 2018. "Seals are wonderful creatures. Heard they work fast at capturing their prey. Prey. Silence is golden. Corona offline. Deactivate. 0000. Games are fun." Wow.
Corona offline, deactivate.
Wow. Folks, this is February 10th, 2018. We know that 17 is not talking about beer here. Okay? Corona offline. This was 2 years before CV approached the shores of the United States of America, and before anybody knew about it as a problem.
Okay, so that's just what I was going to get to, Dave. Did anybody hear of Corona before this spring?
Yeah, if it had a lime in it.
So
wow,
we have that to confirm that deals in our time, not the time that this was posted.
Yeah.
And this also says seals are wonderful creatures. Heard they work fast at capturing their prey.
You think they're talking about I don't think they're talking about Tennessee Tuxedo here and his buddy. What was his buddy's name? That was the seal. But seals are wonderful creatures. So are Navy SEALs, Todd. Navy
yes, they are.
SEAls.
They train for highly crucial military operations, and if you listen to Monkey Works, WERX,
yeah,
he's been all over the military movement of planes around the world, and we remain elevated at about 3 times the normal level of movement.
Yeah,
but he says also at any one time that we only see about 10% of the planes, the actual planes that they allow us to see.
Interesting.
So it could be, he estimates our Air Force in the United States alone, continental U.S., is between 15 and 16,000 aircraft.
Wow.
So if we're not seeing a lot of that and we're still at double the level, I can tell you one thing. There's assets in position for whatever operation they want to do.
Yeah.
And we don't necessarily know about it. We don't see it. And it's like that for a reason. You understand that silence is golden? See, they're not announcing this. That's silence is golden means this is all being done off the radar, off the grid.
Speaking of radar and grid, Todd, I have up the Monkey Works YouTube channel. Works is WERX. Snedheads, if you want to look it up, Monkey Works on YouTube, WERX. Go show them some love. Tell them that we sent you, and maybe we'll get him on the broadcast. But as Todd said, he's operating. He's saying that they're at 3 times normal flight areas. Let me see if I get volume on here. Let me know if you get some volume. Okay.
All right.
And
C-17, DC-10, another C-17. So air refueling, a lot of tankers. This one right here is, that's one of our. Take a look here. Where did that come from? That one is usually out of the presidential fleet. Looks like it came out of here, just north. Portsmouth, that area. So let me see. We'll go to plane spotters real fast, see if we got any photos of this one. All right, so this is that all white bird. Now that one is, it doesn't normally, if it's a call sign Terra, it's a international team, but this one right here is just kind of a, I don't know what that one does, but that's definitely one of our executive staff type aircraft.
So I just wanted to show him for so people could look him up, Todd, and also just to see. Hold on a second. I want to get you plugged in here, brother. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
So basically, we are they can go and find Monkey Works, look him up. certainly we'll keep talking about him. But please continue on with the path you were on. Excuse me, before I showed that up.
Well, given the information that he's given us in the reference to the Navy SEALs being in operation and everything, silence is golden.
Yeah.
Corona offline, which brings it into the present time period.
Yeah.
I don't see any other way to take it but that there's military activity right now.
Yeah.
And I believe that I believe arrests are being made. Mm-hmm. I believe that we're not going to know about it. And I believe that once word does pop out to the general public, and there are going to be probably some uprisings of upset people that don't understand this, but they will be put down fast.
Yeah.
And that's for their own good, too. They won't be allowed to organize. They won't be allowed to get too out of control. I think it'll be a quick, fast takedown.
Yeah. Also, what we can notice here is games are fun, and the just Tuesday, we were getting want to play a game.
Right.
the chessboard that we're seeing all that, so it's that's something to consider too. The chessboard, the Lego, the D5, the checkmate position, the Whopper War Games supercomputer that Kellyanne was telling us about, the Kraken and all the supercomputers, the 7 doors, yeah. And so this is all significant, folks. This all has significance to it, and it's a great communication. And I don't know if you were going to make this link, but what did Sidney Powell ask for today?
Prayers.
Yes, prayers.
Pray.
And, that's one thing that we can't take for granted, that there are heroes involved in this plan right now that are acting
and in danger.
And they are in danger. Yes, they do everything to limit the danger, but the danger is real, and there are patriots that are in harm's way right now, acting on that. It had to be this way.
Yeah,
as 17 said many times, it had to be. Military is the only way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Pray.
And I believe General Flynn has been also asking for prayers every time. So if you go to his Twitter, he's always citing Bible verses and asking for us to pray. So, there's a reason why they need the prayers. They're fighting evil.
Yep, absolutely.
And know that, some of these, like this one that hit so relevantly, I went ahead and did the timestamp delta on the 713 post.
Beautiful, yeah.
Which led to 3058, the last 4 digits of the timestamp.
So once we go to the timestamp there, folks, we now go to the timestamp on the actual drop itself. So now we're going to go to 3058. Right there. And March 14th, 2019, Rod Rosenstein debrief complete. Interesting.
Well, see, I think the significance of this is all has been that he's drawing attention to people that are starting to flip.
Yeah, because we've talked about this, folks. What happens when people start to get arrested is they start, flipping to the right side. They know they're busted. They know they're done. And so they start giving up information. They start giving up their compatriots, or I shouldn't use the word patriots in the calm. But that's what ends up happening. And if they have already made the arrest for Rod Rosenstein, who is a deep state asset, and they, debriefed him on everything he knows, then they're telling us that the debrief is complete. We don't believe this actually happened on March 14th, 2019, folks. Unless it did, we didn't know that he was arrested, debriefed, and held, which is quite possible, Todd. We're going to get into that with a later one, I know.
Right.
But that it's important to tell us now, because President Trump could have tweeted that Rudy was going to be on Newsmax. He could have tweeted that at any time. He tweeted it at that time because he's sending us a communication. It's that simple. And that's what we're trying to walk you down. Okay? Awesome.
Yeah, Dave, that's and there's confirmation when you go to 5:30, which is also the timestamp, the first three digits on the timestamp of 7:13. And this will actually it ties it all together.
Right, 5:30. We're back to 7:13. We go to 5:30. Okay, and this is all
This will blow your mind.
5:30, January 13th, 2018. Before the actual, the first one here, side-by-side posts versus actual news show. Future proves past. Bigger next week. Wow.
What were we just talking about?
Yeah.
See, when you look at the actual news that you see today, ties back to the posts.
Yep.
That's why when 17 brought up Antifa, when Antifa was nothing.
Yep.
And
Corona, when we had no idea. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, he just mentioned Corona offline, deactivated.
Unbelievable.
All of this, see, they wrap it up in a bow, so you're right. It's not a question. It's not like it's let's just randomly lead them here. No, it all fits together.
And folks, if you're wondering how this all comes together, we're talking about military intelligence. We're talking about supercomputer calculations. We're talking about a group that has seen into the future or been into the future based on their knowledge of the future. The 17 makes Nostradamus look like a neighborhood tarot card reader. 17 has made more predictions that we've seen the light of than anybody we've ever seen on planet Earth. And Nostradamus made some good ones. Edgar Casey made some great predictions. There's been, Kim Clement. There's been some people that were dialed into the future.
Oh, yeah. Kim Clement was amazing.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Right? So,
yeah, talk about nailing it.
Yep. Absolutely. Especially with Trump.
Yes.
So, awesome.
But I just want to emphasize, when you're looking at these posts, when you see show, it shows future, and then in all capitals, proves past.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. You have to look at these posts and relate these past posts to today, actual today, because that's when your attention is drawn to it.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say is games are fun, or aren't, and it was just an R. Okay?
Yes.
And what was the next, the next one that it took us to?
RR.
Folks, look at games are fun. Then we went to 3058 right here. Okay. RR, debrief complete. There you go. Okay, this is what we're talking about here. This is when you know you're on the right path. Great stuff, Todd. What's next?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at this going Corona in 2018.
Dude, come on, man.
February of 2018.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
Oh, good guess, sir. 17?
Yeah.
Good guess.
Yeah. Do you see why they're trying to shut 17 down? Do you see why we can't even mention the letter on this broadcast? How they wiped Twitter. They've wiped Facebook of all the 17 groups. And by the way, Christy, Joni, Dixie, Eric, all you guys, Barbara, over at Snedecation Nation, Snedecation Nation, you guys are doing amazing work because you're still up. And there's some great information on there. So, folks, if you haven't been to Snedecation Nation, get on over there. All right? And answer 3 questions. And they'll get you in there. They're doing some great work, but it may take a minute for your post to get through because they're making sure that no posts are going through that are going to cause them to take our page down. And by the way, if you're not friends yet with Todd Gadaminski and Cindy Johnson, do yourself a favor. All right, here's Todd's. Todd, you still got a couple thousand room for a couple thousand, and I know you're not busy. So
well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I kind of really want to keep the shills out. So
right,
and I don't want to have people that are in there.
Right. I
mean, I try to keep my group not so much tight, I guess, when you're in the thousands, but
yeah.
I do look at people and I look at what they're sharing before I add them. I don't.
Yes.
If somebody
yes.
has a picture with a dog, then you better have something you know that
we're
want to.
We're both on the same page. We want warriors because we're in a war, and as much as you love dogs, as much as you'd love as much as I love pecan pie, I don't need to see a recipe right now.
Right.
I don't need, there's only so much. We're in a war right now, and I know Facebook, certainly use, we do pets, we do share stories and so forth, but I'm talking about, we need to see some substance in there. It can't be like, and it also can't be a bunch of selfies. That's a little, too self-indulgent there for my taste. So
and it takes time. It takes time.
Yeah.
Usually, if somebody if I'm looking at it and I see them pop up, then I'll look at them real quick while I'm there.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm usually off somewhere else doing something else to try to add to my page or to the show.
Right.
Not
not
do
engage.
that. But
well, not engage one-on-one with as many people, because if we engage one-on-one with as many people, we can't engage really properly with thousands.
Right.
And that's the goal here, is to be up and dialed in, so that we can do it.
Yep.
So let's see. So folks, let me see. Take me where you want to go next.
I'm going to send you something here that I thought was important that came to me on Messenger. And let's see. This is important. This is from Jeannie Bennett.
Okay.
And I'm sending it to you. Thanks, Jeannie, for sending this to me. This is important.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeannie.
And this also ties into the operational, operators are active.
Yeah.
just because it's not front page news, there's a lot going on.
Exactly. Is this the Justice Department?
Yes.
Okay.
Just today, too.
Awesome. All right, let me pull it up here for you, folks. All right, Justice News. This is from the justice.gov, folks. More than 700 members of transnational organized crime groups arrested in Central America in U.S.-assisted operation. It's going down, folks. Today, senior law enforcement officials from the United States, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras announced criminal charges in Central America against more than 700 members of transnational criminal organizations, primarily MS-13 and 18th Street gangs, which resulted from a one-week coordinated law enforcement action under Operation Regional Shield, ORS, which began in 2017, President Trump's tenure, and is a Justice Department-led initiative to combat transnational organized crime that brings together gang prosecutors and investigators from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and the United States. Through quarterly meetings, this group has coordinated multi-country investigations and simultaneous takedowns throughout the region. Authorities also announced the arrest of 36 individuals in El Salvador and Honduras involved in human smuggling networks that span Central America and the United States. Among those arrested in Honduras include one police commissioner, one police deputy inspector, and 3 law enforcement agents. Folks, they're in on it. That's why they're able to get away with it. All arrestees were charged with human smuggling, money laundering, and illegal association to commit a crime. The charges were announced by U.S. Attorney General William Barr and Attorney General Raul Malara of El Salvador, Attorney General Maria Consuelo Porras Argueta of Guatemala, and the Attorney General of Honduras, Oscar Fernando Chinchilla, through the Public Ministry's press office. Wow. This is fantastic. 700,
So
Todd.
Yeah. 700. And there's probably more they're not talking about.
Todd, those 700 members. Let's just take the 36, okay, that were human smuggling, okay? How many children do you think 36 individuals can smuggle in a year? Or humans?
Wow.
I mean, to be in business, it's got to be a decent, a number that is just mind-boggling. If it's if it's 1,000 in a year, how amazing is this arrest? Right? And
well, this is for people that think that, I don't see anything happening.
Exactly. And by the way, you say, oh, well, you take out one human smuggler, another one's going to pop up. Well, what if you take out the police commissioner of that area? Okay? The deputy of that area. They're taking out the people that are, either doing it, turning the other cheek, or looking the other way.
Well, what do you think about taking out the finances, like the first executive order on 12/21 when President Trump, his first executive order was that you lose all assets if you're involved in it.
Yeah.
Everybody's losing everything, and then you go ahead and build a giant wall that's impenetrable.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you see why the Dems were freaking out, don't you?
Yep. Absolutely. And also why they were, I was just talking about it this morning with Craig, that, if you, people were trying to make Trump out to be a racist because he's trying to put a wall up on the southern border, and people were making Trump out to be not a humanitarian because of that. And yet, in trying to point at 500 children that are without their parents, but they're not understanding that the southern border of the United States-Mexico border is the largest human trafficking corridor on the planet. So, isn't that a good thing to put a stop to? You know, isn't that worthwhile? And isn't it important to challenge and question those that want to keep it open? Those 500 children at the border, they didn't come with their parents. They came with coyotes whose job it is to traffic children across the border and rape them along the way. This is human smuggling, folks. And Barr and Trump just took out 700 that are either smuggling humans and or drugs and or killing, raping human beings. This is the takeout of the deep state and their foot soldiers, MS-13, that does the dirty work for them. This is real, folks. Human lives are being saved because of Donald John Trump. So if you don't like the way he speaks or you don't like the way he talks, get the fuck over it. Because Obama didn't arrest this many people in 8 years. Trump's going after thousands of individuals who are raping, killing, drinking the blood of human beings and profiting off the demise of human beings. This is real.
Obama wasn't not only not arresting people, he was participating.
He was the police commissioner, if you will, in this scenario. He was the head of the snake. He was a Manchurian candidate propped up by Saudi Arabia, some of the biggest violators of human rights. Women can't even drive up until like recently in the kingdom. Do you have any idea what goes on behind the kingdom's walls? The House of Saud and what has gone on for a very long time until what we believe to be recently with the arrests of Alaouid and many other. So that's awesome. That's awesome.
Well, wait till the truth comes out about the Fast and the Furious.
Oh, my God. Eric Holder, Obama.
You think that was all about gun running?
No. Yeah. That's amazing. Remind me who shared that with us again? Jeannie?
Let me go back.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Jeannie Bennett.
Jeannie Bennett. Awesome, Jeannie. Beautiful
Yes.
work. Great find.
Awesome.
Great find. Awesome.
And Monkey Works was on with Kirsten W. today.
Uh-huh.
And it was an amazing show if you get a chance. There was a lot of info dropped. He was very, very good. He doesn't just follow the planes. He knows what those planes do on a daily basis. He knows
Awesome.
what assets are what, and he delves into it. He'll tell you that the two planes that came in on Friday into Gitmo were there just as a normal restocking of the base. He knows what those planes do.
Yeah.
And then when he gets the oddball plane in there, he knows to look at it and he'll say, "Oh yeah, we know what that one does too." And that's that they grabbed somebody that day and brought him to the base. He knows that stuff.
Yeah. And by the way, I subscribed to him the other night, and they just I think they unsubscribed me from him. So I think he might be close to the source, because I followed him on YouTube and I followed him on Twitter, and I just came over to see if it took my Twitter follow, and it did. But I think on YouTube they locked me off. And by the way, you guys get that too. Like, people say, I didn't get your notification that you went live. It's because Facebook and YouTube, they unsubscribe you without you knowing it, without you making that choice, so that you don't get that information. So Monkey Works must be getting over the target, pal, if they're doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So good stuff. Good stuff. Monkey Works on Twitter, folks, is and he's got 123,000 followers too. So he's no joke. He's at @mil_ops. At @mil_ops. Where do you want to go next, pal?
I was just checking something real quick here. My computer shut down on its own, so I have to restart it. But the president just tweeted again within the last hour.
Yep.
I was going to do a double check. I told you we might do this live if he tweeted.
Yeah.
And this will give you, I don't know what I'm going to look at here.
Yeah.
But at 9:27, and of course, I'm not connected to the internet. This is a normal thing.
Yeah.
It's like, so go to post 9:27. I'm working on it.
To the drop?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to the 17 drop 9:27, folks. And that's from President Trump's tweet.
Yes.
What's going on here? 927. March 10th, 2018, a day before my birthday. And we have a link, a YouTube link. Falls on deaf ears, not with this administration. Let me copy it, go to YouTube and paste it here. And let's see where it takes us. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. This is a 20-minute speech, University of Texas at Austin commencement address. I'll just play a few minutes of it for you just because it's fantastic. And I've heard it many, many times. And it's the reason I make my bed in the morning. Hold on a second. Oh, I might have some difficulties. Hold on, Todd.
Thank you. Well, thank you, President Powers, Provost Fenves, deans, members of the faculty, family, and friends, and most importantly, the class of 2014. It is indeed an honor for me to be here tonight. It's been almost 37 years to the day that I graduated from UT. I remember a lot of things about that day. I remember I had a throbbing headache from a party the night before. I remember I had a serious girlfriend who I later married. That's important to remember, by the way. And I remember I was getting commissioned in the Navy that day. But of all the things I remember, I don't have a clue who the commencement speaker was, and I certainly don't remember anything they said. So acknowledging that fact, if I can't make this commencement speech memorable, I will at least try to make it short. So the university's slogan is, what starts here changes the world. Well, I've got to admit, I kind of like it. What starts here changes the world. Tonight there are almost 8,000 students, or there are more than 8,000 students graduated from UT. So that great paragon of analytical rigor, Ask.com, says that the average American will meet 10,000 people in their lifetime. 10,000 people, that's a lot of folks. But if every one of you changed the lives of just 10 people, and each one of those people changed the lives of another 10 people, and another 10, then in 5 generations, 125 years, the class of 2014 will have changed the lives of 800 million people. 800 million people. Think about it. Over twice the population of the United States. Go one more generation, and you can change the entire population of the world. 8 billion people. If you think it's hard to change the lives of 10 people, change their lives forever, you're wrong. I saw it happen every day in Iraq and Afghanistan. A young Army officer makes a decision to go left instead of right down a road in Baghdad, and the 10 soldiers with him are saved from a close-in ambush. In Kandahar province, Afghanistan, a non-commissioned officer from the female engagement team senses that something isn't right and directs the infantry platoon away from a 500-pound IED, saving the lives of a dozen soldiers. But if you think about it, not only were those soldiers saved by the decisions of one person, but their children were saved, and their children's children. Generations were saved by one decision, one person. But changing the world can happen anywhere, and anyone can do it. So what starts here can indeed change the world. But the question is, what will the world look like after you change it? Well, I'm confident that it will look much, much better. But if you'll humor this old sailor for just a moment, I have a few suggestions that may help you on your way to a better world. And while these lessons were learned during my time in the military, I can assure you that it matters not whether you ever served a day in uniform. It matters not your gender, your ethnic or religious background, your orientation, or your social status. Our struggles in this world are similar, and the lessons to overcome those struggles and to move forward, changing ourselves and changing the world around us, will apply equally to all. I've been a Navy SEAL for 36 years, but it all began when I left UT for basic SEAL training in Coronado, California. Basic SEAL training is 6 months of long, torturous runs in the soft sand, midnight swims in the cold water off San Diego, obstacle courses, unending calisthenics, days without sleep, and always being cold, wet, and miserable. It is 6 months of being constantly harassed by professionally trained warriors who seek to find the weak of mind and body and eliminate them from ever becoming a Navy SEAL. But the training also seeks to find those students who can lead in an environment of constant stress, chaos, failure, and hardships. To me, basic SEAL training was a lifetime of challenges crammed into 6 months. So here are the 10 lessons I learned from basic SEAL training that hopefully will be of value to you as you move forward in life. Every morning in SEAL training, my instructors, who at the time were all Vietnam veterans, would show up in my barracks room, and the first thing they'd do was inspect my bed. If you did it right, the corners would be square, the covers would be pulled tight, the pillow centered just under the headboard, and the extra blanket folded neatly at the foot of the rack. It was a simple task, mundane at best, but every morning we were required to make our bed to perfection. It seemed a little ridiculous at the time, particularly in light of the fact that we were aspiring to be real warriors, tough, battle-hardened SEALs. But the wisdom of this simple act has been proven to me many times over. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task, and another, and another. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made, that you made. And a made bed gives you encouragement that tomorrow will be better. So if you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. During SEAL training,
so I recommend that. You can find the whole thing. Admiral William H. McRaven, okay, University of Texas at Austin, commencement 2014.
That's cool. I really like that, and it's
yeah,
it's funny we went there when I actually went to the wrong drop.
Yeah, but how phenomenal is it? What folks? What were we just talking about? What are great at catching their prey, Todd?
Seals.
Seals. What is Admiral McRaven?
Seal. Leader.
Thank you.
Yeah, I must have had blurry glasses. It was 957.
But here's the thing.
Cynthia Habinga actually reminded me. Thank you, Cynthia.
That you were wrong?
Yes. Actually, Cynthia has great information.
Cynthia, can I just say, you are knocking it out of the park, and I would love to have you on one day. So please let me know if that interests you, or if you'd just rather be behind the scenes. But you're doing some great work. And,
yes, yeah.
Yeah. And we love to acknowledge our Snedheads. And you guys know who you are, and you know we don't always get to your stuff, but you guys are, so many of you are crushing it. You know that. But Todd,
yeah, I just heard on the Dilly show, Dilly was talking about when he was doing like an MVP for the week and stuff, and he said once he started getting bigger, he started pissing people off because he didn't mention them. So we don't want to go down that trail. So he said he scrubbed that plan real quick.
Oh, that's funny. And
we just want to tell you everybody's doing a great job.
Yeah, exactly. And you know who you are.
Yeah. Yes.
Dilly's gret too.
He was rocking it today.
Oh man, he gets fired up. So 927. Just going back to that was the one that took us to McRaven. Falls on deaf ears, not with this administration, and that's about the SEALs and the pride and so much of what's going on. So where do you want us to go? Let's start.
957 is actually the correct.
Hey, that was correct, my friend. That was correct. Okay.
Yeah, I think we needed to hear that.
Yeah, and March 18th, 2018. Why are trips allowed? Whitelist. Why are trips allowed? We're just talking about Monkey Works, okay, with all the flights. We're talking about the trip codes and the trip tests, which are many of the 17 drops we get. What's this one say to you, Todd?
Well, you were just talking about what you had to do to get on an airplane. Yeah. And I won't mention the word, the V word, but, that would put you on the good boy list.
Yep.
Comply and you can fly.
Yep. Yep, absolutely.
Thank God it's never going to come to that, in my opinion.
No, it will not. That is the tyranny. By the way, Todd, how important is it for, if you're going to save the world, to actually show the people what you're saving them from?
Exactly.
That's all that's going down right now.
That's my exact thought.
The Patriots are showing us what they're saving us from, so that we never allow ourselves to go back there again.
Yeah, this is one big fat lesson for what happens to a complacent, lazy, non-involved population.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't think that we'll ever have to worry about this again once it all comes out. And because I think that people will be aware of this, at least for the next 1,000 years anyway.
Absolutely. Todd, Udoya just asked, did General Flynn just go somewhere? And I believe he just went to Holland.
Yeah, I've heard Holland and I've heard the Netherlands, but I haven't been able to confirm either.
Yes.
But I thought that would be a good question for the monkey.
Same thing. The Netherlands. But let's do this. I believe that 17 talked about the Netherlands, and let me see. Yeah. The Netherlands Bank, the Netherlands Antilles, the Bank of Netherlands. There's a lot that's going on in the Netherlands, folks, that comes from a financial standpoint of what's going on. These are all the banks that 17 mentions, and then ends with, Pakistan, Nigeria, Central Bank of Nigeria. These are all the central banks of the world owned by the Rothschilds. And there's also mention, let's see. Yeah. And there was also that banker from the Netherlands who kind of came out, and he was a whistleblower for the Illuminati and talked about the satanic rituals as well. I forget his name right now, but he was very brave to come out and talk about it. And he was from the Netherlands. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're over the target, Dave, when Yahoo's attacking us again.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. When who's attacking us? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Did you see the Yahoo News attacking 17 Anon, which they call it the wrong thing to begin with? You've got to see that.
Yeah.
It had all kinds of disinformation, and it was ridiculous.
Well, they all do, right?
You right-wing, crazy, conspiracy theorist, you.
Unbelievable.
I love it.
Let's see.
They are really getting out in front of this.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Hey, let's see. Let's do folks, we'll do the Zoom call I mentioned about the Purium with Stephanie and Rachel Sunday at 4 p.m. Sunday 4 p.m. we'll do the Zoom call. Sunday at 4. So just give you a heads up on that. Sunday at 4. So I'm looking at Yahoo and I'm not finding it, but let me try the search of the Q.
It's not.
It's not coming up.
I wonder why.
Oh. Let's see. Interesting.
It was a big, long, blah, 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 blah.
Can't even find it now.
Really?
Yeah.
It was just today or yesterday.
Let me go to news. Let me go. Los Angeles issues coronavirus stay-at-home order. The 3-week order takes effect Monday and comes as the county confirmed 24 new deaths and 4,500 new cases. This affects me directly, folks. This is Friday, November 27th. Wow. They're going to tell me I got to stay in my home.
With your mask.
Oh, unbelievable. A new stay-at-home order Friday as coronavirus cases surge out of control in the nation's most populous county. Yeah, I think we have 17 million in L.A. County. The 3-week order takes effect Monday and comes as the county confirmed 24 new deaths and 4,544 new cases of COVID-19. The order advises residents to stay home as much as possible and to wear a face covering when they go out. It also bans people from gathering with people who aren't in their households, whether publicly or privately. Exceptions are made for church services and protests, which are constitutionally protected rights, but we don't have a constitutional protected right to go wherever the hell we want. The County Department of Public Health said in a statement, okay, last week, Governor Gavin Newsom announced a new requirement that non-essential work, movement, and gatherings stop between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. for counties in the red tier, which most of the state are currently under. Wow. That's, talk about draconian measures. Again, folks, they're letting us know what they're saving us from.
Wow. Hey, Dave, you mentioned 44 in the new deaths.
Yeah.
So I just put that in the drops just to see.
Beautiful. By the way, Todd, before we go there, I just need to show everybody who our public health director is for LA County. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. There you go, folks. There is a vision of health right there. Okay. A vision of health. Wow. This is the person that is directing us to stay at home. Okay. I wouldn't listen to her tell me how to make a scarf, much less anything involving health.
The Addams Family.
Oh my gosh, the dark set eyes. She does not look healthy. And by the way, I've seen a lot of pictures of this lady. She doesn't. That's a good picture of her. Okay, that is an absolute good picture of her. I think they've scrubbed all the bad ones. They've scrubbed all the bad ones. But here's another one. There you go. Okay. Now there's one thing. I'm not making fun of her because she's not pretty or that she's elderly or anything like that. It's just she doesn't look healthy.
That's the point.
Yeah. And this is who we're listening to. This is who we're listening to. These are our rulers now. Okay.
Well, you wouldn't want an unhealthy trainer training you for something, would you? I mean,
I'm not gonna work with somebody who's 40 pounds overweight, Todd, telling me to do a push-up. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, come on, man. What are you doing? You got to practice what you preach. You know, I can't show up to coach somebody basketball and be 50 pounds overweight.
Well, Dave, knowing what we know about operators being active in the planes and everything in military operations, maybe you're one of the lucky counties that get a safety measure.
Yeah, that's a great point, bud. And we've talked about that. And it could be a way to keep people at home because look what's going down. They just arrested 700 people in Central America.
Right
there. And by the way, there's more Hondurans in LA County than there are in Honduras. Okay, so there are more MS-13 in LA County than there probably are in El Salvador.
Well, we kind of have to practice what we preach. When we said when Australia was going through their harsh lockdowns, and they had all the explosions on the coast.
Yeah.
We definitely thought that there were operations going on there, and it was for their safety.
Yep.
As draconian as it sounded, and as bad as it sounded, I'm hoping things that are getting better down there. But that maybe that's what's happening in your neck of the woods now. We have to look. We have to view through a different lens.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. So, Yeah, good. I'm glad you sent me to Yahoo so I could find out that I can't go anywhere Monday. Thanks, Todd.
Well, you get 3 weeks off, right?
3
You'll
weeks
be
off.
working from home.
Exactly. Exactly.
Good for you, buddy.
Couldn't come at a better time, man.
Think of the gas you'll save.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh my God, that's unbelievable.
Maybe you'll go till New Year's even. Hell.
Yeah, I know, right? Wow. By the way, Todd, this I found quite interesting. I'm so glad you sent me to Yahoo, brother.
We're all here for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, you're sending me to all the wrong places, by the way, and we end up getting to the right place. Here you go, Snedheads. Look at this. New rule could allow gas firing squads for U.S. executions, for federal executions, okay? I read this actually, I think, maybe 2 days ago. So the Justice Department, the group that just arrested 700 people, is quietly, okay, silence is golden, Todd. Okay, amending its execution protocols, no longer requiring federal death sentences to be carried out by lethal injection, and clearing the way to use other methods like firing squads and poison gas. Maybe they could bring Monsanto and Bayer back out of retirement, and while they're making our food with glyphosate, okay, maybe they could make some more poison gas that killed all those Southeast Asians and left them with birth defects for multi-generations, along with our veterans, okay, and all that gas that killed the Jews and the infirm in the concentration camps in Germany. And they could come out of retirement and make some gas for themselves. For themselves.
All they'd have to do is feed them the food that they feed us.
Exactly.
And give them the V.
Yep.
Give them.
Yep.
We want them to be safe in prison. We don't want them to get sick, right? So we'll just give them the V. Give them every V that's ever been made.
Yep. And give them and give it to them in the relationship dose that they give an 8-pound baby. So, in other words, it shouldn't be the same dose as an 8-pound baby. It should be like, 8 pounds times whatever is in that vial. Give them
like
8
a
of
beer
those.
Can. Like a beer can.
Yeah, like I'm thinking a 40 ounce. and see how they do. They don't eat their own food, Todd. The cafeteria at Monsanto is all organic.
Yeah.
You can't.
Oh, that's good.
You can't write
Isn't that
this
great?
stuff. You can't write this stuff. They won't even eat their own food, folks. Okay. Do you think that heads of McDonald's eat their own food? They know what's in it.
God, no.
So the amended rule published Friday in the Federal Register allows the U.S. government to conduct executions by lethal injection or use any other manner prescribed by the law of the state in which the sentence was imposed. A number of states allow other methods of execution, including electrocution, inhaling nitrogen gas, or death by firing squad. It remains unclear whether the Justice Department will seek to use any methods other than lethal injection for executions in the future. The rule, which goes into effect on December 24th, Happy Christmas Eve, everybody, comes as the Justice Department has scheduled 5 executions during the lame duck period, including just 3 days before President-elect Joe Biden takes office. Look at this, Yahoo. You're hilarious, Yahoo. President-elect Joe Biden takes office. What office is that? It's going to be, you know what? The only office, Yahoo, that Joe Biden is going to take is one of those IKEA set-up offices as you walk through. where he could set up behind a cardboard computer. Okay, so folks are going to be able to go to IKEA and walk past the office of the president-elect, and Joe Biden will be sitting there, and he'll be as incoherent as always. So why do you think they've gone from, from this this absolute, kind of really humane execution of lethal injection, where they're actually, dab the needle with alcohol before they inject it?
They don't want you to get infected.
You don't want to get an infection and die in your next life too. So why would they change that, Todd? What would be the motivation behind this?
To give somebody an easier way out, maybe on a deal.
Maybe just that some of the executions that are going to be coming up are going to be with people that may not deserve a humane end to their life. Maybe. I'm just saying. It's, but why else would they do this? Why else would they do this? Yeah.
I have absolutely huge news.
Awesome. Lay it on me.
President Trump just tweeted at 12:09, just 5 or 6 minutes ago, whatever that is.
Yep, 8 minutes ago, the 1,126,940 votes were created out of thin air. I won Pennsylvania by a lot, perhaps more than anyone will ever know. The Pennsylvania votes were rigged. All other swing states also. The world is watching. Senator Doug Mastriano. This was posted on our Department of State dashboard, but had since been deleted. Let me pull it up for you. Pennsylvania official votes, 11:24, 8 p.m. Donald J. Trump election, 2.821 million. Mail, 594,000. Provision, 49,000. Joe Biden, 1.4 million. Mail, 1.9 million. Provision, 52. Election, 4.23 total. Mail. Pennsylvania reports having mailed out 1.823,148 ballots, of which 1,462,000 were returned. Yet total mail-in votes number 2.5 million. From where did the extra 2.589242 minus 146 equals 1? Where did the 1.1 million votes come from? Wow. 1.1 million votes, folks. 1.1 million votes. And this is the President of the United States retweeting this. And this is David Snedeker retweeting that. Multiple sources called this election differently. Help keep Twitter a place for reliable info. Find out more before liking. Find out more. I think I'll just go ahead and like that. And now watch what happens when I share it, folks. Multiple sources called this election differently. Help keep Twitter a safe place for reliable info. Twitter, you are a source for a place for reliable info, but it's not coming from you and it's not coming from your fact checkers. It's coming from people you are deleting off your platform. I'm going to quote the tweet. Bam. Folks, are you tired of winning yet? That's huge news. That's President Donald Trump's. That's in real time, folks. Beautiful.
And that's not even the big story. Do the timestamp, Dave.
Yeah, and not only did he win Pennsylvania, but Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, probably several other states too. Folks, there's a reason why I left this red, okay, including California. Timestamps, brother. Let me go to President Donald Trump's timestamp, which was
1209.
1209. Let me go to 1209 on the 17 drops. And April 20th, 2018. Over the target. Expand further. Wendy Hussein Mac as HTTPS. I'll copy that. Open source. Let me see where this takes us.
Oh my God, Dave. I went down all the timestamps the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Everything's about Obama, and Wendy is the nickname of the little girl that basically grew up. You see multiple pictures of the little blonde with the strawberry blonde hair.
Yep. Yeah.
As she grows up. That's Wendy.
Oh my God. Mariah Sunshine Coogan. Yeah. This is a girl who's identified as Scottsdale plane crash. Okay, that's Coogan. But Wendy, yes, Wendy and Hussein.
All of those creepy pictures of him.
Yeah.
With her. Yeah. And even the ones they changed it to a different girl, but it was her.
Yeah.
That creep's going down for that.
Yeah.
And the AS references Adam Schiff in the hotel.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Hold on.
He's going down for that.
This is it. This is Hussein right here, folks. Okay. This is Hussein. This is the little girl. This is Wendy. Okay. There's multiple pictures of them together. Okay. And she and her family were murdered in Mexico as an older girl now. Okay. They let her grow up and then they murdered her. Here's another picture of her. Was it Maggie or Wendy?
That was Maggie, but they referred to her as Wendy.
They referred to her as Wendy. Yeah.
Wendy, like Wendy's hamburgers.
Yeah. Yeah. This is her right here, folks. This is her as a little girl with Barry. This is her all grown up with her own children. And she and her family were murdered.
Dave, this is all the stuff that I've been following on these timestamps, and I didn't get them, but they're wrapping it up right now.
Well, what you were telling me earlier was that this is pointing to QAnon Wendy. Here's Wendy, and of course the hamburgers reference of childhood pedophilia.
Yes,
this is
disgusting.
Disgusting. So. This drop over the target, expand further. Wendy, Hussein, Mac. Who are they talking about? Mac. That's Allison Mac.
Alice.
Of
Nexium.
Nexium. And if you look up, I looked up Mariah. This link takes us to mind control, missile murder madness, Nexium, and the Wall of Weird. This takes us right to Nexium. This girl, and that's Allison Mack, who was already found guilty, folks. This isn't conspiracy. Allison Mack, I'll take you to, Mack sentenced. Okay, let me take you to what she was sentenced for. All right. Let's see. Okay, she hasn't been sentenced yet. I don't believe, but they sentenced Claire Bronfman I believe, to 6 years in prison. We've covered that here. Allison Mack should be worried. What Eris's 81-month sentence means in NXIVM sex cult tape. Claire Bronfman, the heiress who helped finance NXIVM for over a decade, was sentenced to 6 years and 9 months in prison for her role in the organization that's become known as a sex cult. Okay? All right, this is Claire Bronfman. She was the first to be sentenced. But Allison Mack's sentencing is not far behind, and she has already, just so you know, she's already been found guilty of sex trafficking. Okay?
Wow.
And so Allison Mack guilty. And let's see what it says there. She pled guilty, by the way, to alleged sex trafficking operation. Okay? This is Hollywood, folks. This is she was an actress on Smallville in Hollywood. Okay?
And Hollywood's going into lockdown, right?
Yep. Hey, great call, brother, because now they can go round them up because they know where they'll be. They know where they'll be. Yep. Yep. She's going down. Okay. These are people that are pretty, tight in with, and this is Keith Raniere. This is the brand that this sick fuck, okay, had branded into the women in his sex cult. That was a brand. Okay. This is some sick shit, folks. Okay? This is the information that we go to from the 17 drop. Okay? And in this 17 drop is also West Hollywood Sunshine Coogan. Now, I believe Sunshine Coogan, okay, was flying to Las Vegas from Hollywood. But she was knowledgeable of the following. AS, Adam Schiff, as Todd said. Adam Schiff he's West Hollywood, Ed Buck, they are all tied in, and he did some very bad things at the Hotel Chateau Marmont, and which I used to live right around the corner from, and the Standard Hotel. This is how they take out people, folks. Plane crashes, just so you know. Like a large percentage of, plane crashes were hits on somebody. Nobody looks into the individuals because everyone dies. Open source. We're over the target, Todd. By the way, just so you guys know, Todd and I talked before the broadcast, and he told me, hey, things are pointing back to Obama. And he hadn't even seen this yet. So
no, this is absolutely, this ties all the loose ends. I'm telling you, in the last couple of days, they took me to Adam Schiff and the hotel and all that. Yeah. They took me to Wendy. They took me to Allison Mack. Now they're just putting it all together in the same thing to just reconfirm that I'm in the right spot.
Yep. Yep.
And I don't save all this, but I remember it all. And this is in the last 2 days. And so this is just telling you, you're right. And then it says this door will be open later. The choice to know will be yours. And what's going to come out on that is not going to be, that's going to be one of the hard things to take.
Yeah.
Of what happened. That on all of those aspects above mentioned.
Yeah. The end of the drop, okay, because this was an earlier drop on April 20th, 10/12/34. 17 reposted and said, this door will be opened later. The choice to know will be yours. End. And if we look at both of these, do you want to do the time stamp on both of these?
Yeah, I was just
going to the.
I was trying to figure out which one to go to.
Well, I went to the 1234, and it says, "Thank you. We are an existential threat to the establishment. Trusting the plan. Hashtag trusting the plan. America will be unified again. 11/11/18. 11/11. That's the connection to divine.
Yeah, the divine number.
Yeah.
Let me do. Yeah, this needs to be broken down a little bit further. There's going to be more here.
Yeah.
Try the 1017 on the post because it's got 17 in it.
Yeah. April 4th, 2018. Example, Gateway Bridge Project, 1.8 million, Cory Booker, Singapore, 3.5, Chuck Schumer, Israel, 400,000, Chris Christie, Mary Pat, U.S. Omnibus bill, the gift that keeps on giving. Obviously, these people are taking money off the top of these deals that they're approving. And then it goes to Hussein timeline. 1/2017 today. Cross against POTUS's schedule. Cross against White House visitor log 11/22 to 1/18/17. Okay, this will become very relevant very soon. Now, what's 17 telling us is to look at the visitor log at the last days of Hussein's presidency. From the election, the loss to Donald John Trump, okay, by Hillary, to right before his inauguration. And then this will become very relevant very soon. So you're crossing against what it is today and then that. So obviously that's going to be very different. And who was on it, right? The Analysis Corporation, TAC, Happy hunting. So let's see where that takes us. The Analysis Corporation was the intelligence solutions business of global defense technology. And by the way, guys, just so you know, I don't do research on Wikipedia. The only thing I'll use Wikipedia for is what is the name of something or what, really surface stuff. Wikipedia is not a tool for research. It's just about finding the name of something. Wikipedia is completely compromised. But even a compromised organization has to at least have the information of what the Analysis Corporation is on the surface, so that you keep going back for more information where they can, distract you and lie to you about other things. Was the intelligence solutions business of Global Defense Technology and Systems Incorporated, now renamed Sotera Business Solutions, a defense contracting company. Sotera sounds a lot like Barry Soetoro. Since its inception in 1990, TAC has been working on projects in the counterterrorism and national security realm by supporting national watch-listing activities as well as other counterterrorism requirements. Based in McLean, Virginia, it is a wholly owned subsidiary of Global Strategies Group North America, the operating company of G-Tech. Okay? Now, folks, just so you know, I lived in McLean when I worked on Capitol Hill in 1983. McLean is right next to Langley. As a matter of fact, you have to take Dolly Madison Road. You turn off Dolly Madison to get to the CIA in Langley. Okay? So I'm going to drop this, folks, for you, this information down in the chat so that you guys can dig in, please. Dig into this. Find out more about this and send it to us on Messenger. And you could just tag it TAC. Okay? See what you can find out about this company, TAC. Okay? Great. Colleen says, Dave, starting to buffer bad. Use vocab. Okay. I may be getting sloppy with my vocabulary, folks. So my apologies if they're throttling us right now. So let's be careful with what we type and also what I say. Okay. So let's be very cryptic. All right. So okay. Thank you. So
yeah, it's starting to affect our connection also.
Yeah.
On my end, anyway.
Okay. Hey, Robin, if you could go to Langley and take pics, sure. But also, if they're still in McLean, maybe go to that organization and take some pics. All right, let's find out more about the Analysis Corporation. My guess is, based on this drop, Todd, is that the Analysis Corporation is the group that was visiting the White House visitor log quite often during that time. Okay, that's
quite possibly.
That's what I'm getting from that.
And I don't know if this is true, but the Analysis group kind of sounds almost like something that might be involved in election interference or rigging.
Yeah.
Or COVID numbers, or
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like Dominion all over the place.
I don't know that for a fact, but I'm suspecting that maybe this is all going to tie together.
Well, look how 17 is pointing us back to these players, right? And what was I saying earlier at the during the monologue? I was talking about how these people that we need to be concerned about are the ones that are they're going into office without any money and coming out millionaires.
Right.
Let's stop looking at the guy who went in a millionaire. I'm sorry, maybe that wasn't in the monologue, but I had that conversation with Craig today. I can't remember if it was in the monologue or not. But yes, go ahead.
Well, I sent you something in Messenger that also pertains to Hussein.
Okay.
And I thought it was very telling. Very telling.
Is this from Travis?
I think people will enjoy this.
Was this from Travis Finnery?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Travis, how you doing, man? He's doing some great work.
Is it the Oprah and Obama?
Oh yeah, and I've got something. Oh yeah, I got to show you this, and I got something I wanted to show you guys too. It's 4 minutes. Should I play it?
That's what I just sent you. Yes, definitely.
Okay, awesome. Okay, guys, I'm going to play this right now, and let me get the sound going here. Hold on 1 second.
It's amazing.
Okay.
Talk about programming.
Right.
Can she see me yet?
I can.
This is pretty cool technology you got here. So let me try to. We're playing footsies. We should have done this in outer space. We could have both been sitting on like Neptune in a bubble. Hey, what have you been doing for fun?
I have not left home since March 8th.
At all?
I went to an eye doctor's appointment because I could no longer fix my eye infection on telemedicine, and then I went for a mammogram.
Yeah, I asked what did you do for fun? Eye doctors and mammograms do not qualify. I have never had a mammogram myself.
Okay, so for fun,
but it doesn't sound fun. You can do better than that.
Definitely not. Here's what I did for fun. I've had 2 girls here the whole time. who were living in Los Angeles, who moved up here during the pandemic. They've been fun. We have movie nights with the two girls, Stedman and I. We do regular movie nights. I've seen all the movies I wished I'd seen and didn't. We watched every episode of The Crown. We started a whole thing with popsicles, so we now have
That sounds fun.
23 different flavors of
Okay.
popsicles, including pumpkin and sweet potato. And we have Friday night dance nights. We put puzzles
There you go.
together. And I've read a lot. What have you done?
You know, we went, for example, Michelle and I went bike riding yesterday, which was fantastic because it was a beautiful day. And game nights, big, although sometimes I get too competitive. At least that's what Michelle says, because she's been losing, so.
Hello, President Barack Obama.
Hey, you, how are you?
I'm so good. You're in Washington, D.C., and I'm home in Santa Barbara, but through the miracle of technology, we get to be face-to-face in the same room, and we don't even have to wear masks.
And we have a fire going, apparently.
And we have a fire going, a real one, too. I'm excited to talk to you about your extraordinary, I mean, I don't even have words for it. It's a masterful rendering of your presidency and life, a promised land. But first, I just want to ask you, what was the one word that would best describe how you felt when it was announced that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be the next president and vice president of the United States?
I was thrilled.
Joe Biden.
First of all, obviously, Joe is somebody who stood by me on every major decision I had for 8 years. He's become a brother, a genuinely good friend. Kamala is one of my earliest supporters when I first launched my presidency. So I'm personally invested in them. And they have the character and experience, I think, to do an outstanding job in a very difficult time, a very challenging time in this country. But beyond the personal investment I have in them, I think this gives us a chance to get back to the kind of competent, caring government that we so badly need and that the world expects out of the United States of America. So it's not going to immediately solve every problem that we have because you have enormous challenges around COVID and the economic after effects. You've got long-standing issues like racial bias in the criminal justice system and rising inequality. But without this change, I think things would have continued to deteriorate, and our democracy would have been much more fragile. And I'm confident a new president and vice president are going to help us right the ship.
Wow. Powerful programming, folks. That's you know, don't miss TV right there. Wow. Compelling. Powerful. Todd, your thoughts.
It's absolutely predictive programming.
Yeah.
And it's because you're going to have to realize that all of this has been bullshit.
Yep.
Second of all, did you notice that Oprah said she hasn't left her house since early spring?
Since
except
March.
for one time. So she's on house arrest.
Yep.
At least.
Yep.
Because with her money, all she would have to do is get into the back of a limo and go to anywhere she wanted and fly on a private jet.
Yeah.
There's nothing making her stay home but
No.
the law.
Yes.
So she's gone. And third of all, my brother Joe, who he didn't even step up to the plate and support when he announced his candidacy until he was already the nominee because of the election fraud that they used to get him the nomination to begin with.
Yeah.
Because there's no way with the momentum he had going backwards and reverse and getting mauled in the other other states up until the Super Tuesday, which he
Yep.
called Super Thursday.
Right. Right.
He didn't do anything to make that happen. So that they used the Dominion system to do that once they figured it out after Iowa, when that was the predictive programming by the White Hats to show you that the Democrats are not allowed to run elections.
Yeah. Yeah, because Iowa was a joke, and they couldn't even count the votes, but they had that was their test run, if you will, and they had to tweak it, like you said. Yeah, that's huge predictive programming, Todd. It's also showing us that they can put people anywhere,
right? And they have been, because Joe's been in front of green screens lately too, cheap ones.
Well, here's one, Todd, 2 days ago, that was very interesting. And let me show it here.
It's beginning to look a lot like
right after this commercial. By the way, McDonald's, McCafe. There you go. How appropriate that McDonald's is sponsoring a Joe Biden message.
We're going to take you now to Wilmington, Delaware, where President-elect Joe Biden is giving a Thanksgiving address. Let's listen in.
It was celebrated by General George Washington and his troops at Gulf Mills on the way to Valley Forge. And it took place under extremely harsh conditions and deprivation, lacking food, clothing, shelter. They were preparing to ride out a long, hard winter. And today,
long, hard winter,
you can find a plaque in Gulf Mills marking that moment. Here's what the plaque reads. It says,
check out the terrible green screen.
In spite of the suffering, showed the reverence and character that was forging the soul of a nation. Forging the soul of a nation. Faith, courage, sacrifice, service to country, service to each other, and gratitude even in the face of suffering have long been part of what Thanksgiving means in America. Looking back over our history, you see that it's been in the most difficult circumstances that the soul of our nation has been forged. And now we find ourselves again facing a long, hard winter.
Long, hard winter.
We fought a nearly year-long battle with a virus that has devastated this nation. It's brought us pain and loss and frustration. And it's cost so many lives. 260,000 Americans and counting. It's divided us, angered us, set us against one another. I know the country has grown weary of the fight. We need to remember we're at war with a virus, not with one another.
Those aren't even real flags, folks.
This is the moment where we need to steel our spines, redouble our efforts, and recommit ourselves to the fight. Let's remember, we're all in this together. Sounds trite to say, but we're all in this together. For so many of us, it's hard to hear this fight isn't over. And we still have months of this battle ahead of us. For those who've lost a loved one, I know that this time of year can be especially difficult. Believe me, I know.
Going closer for effect.
The empty chair, the silence.
The empty chair again.
Takes your breath away. It's really hard to care. It's hard to give thanks.
It's hard to care.
It's hard to even think of looking forward. And it's so hard to hope.
It's hard to look forward and it's hard to hope.
I understand.
He understands because he can't.
I'm thinking and praying for each and every one of you at this Thanksgiving.
He's shot.
He's shot.
At your Thanksgiving table, because we've been there. This year we're asking Americans to forego so many of the traditions that we've long made in this holiday. It's made it so special. For our families, for 40-some years, we've had a tradition of traveling over Thanksgiving.
He misread.
Tradition that we've kept every year save one. The year our son Bo died. But this year, we'll be staying home.
The clone is
We've
dying.
always had big family gatherings at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Kids, grandkids, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters.
Jumping on my lap.
For the Bidens, the days around Thanksgiving have always been a time to remember all we had to be grateful for, and a time to begin to think about Christmas and begin even to do the Christmas list.
Crystal meth.
But this year, because we care so much for each other, we're going to be having...
We're going to rub each other's hair.
For Jill and I, we'll be at our home in Delaware with our daughter and our son-in-law. The rest of the family will be doing the same thing in small groups. So I know how hard it is to forego family traditions. But it's so very important. Our country's in the middle of a dramatic spike in cases. We're now averaging 160,000 new cases a day.
Okay, I thought I was going to be able to get to a point where he was mumbling and bumbling, because I knew he did that on that particular chat. But this is that's all green screen, folks. Why couldn't you have a couple flags in the basement? Okay, and just a little, a real backdrop. I mean, I've got a real backdrop. I didn't want to go green screen because I didn't want fake. Right? Look, I got a little JFK behind me, and I got a little, a Trump red USA map. And it's not that difficult, folks. Okay? And although the sound can be. But
yeah, good thing we don't have special effects, eh?
But that's exactly. But that's green screen. And by the way, this just dropped an hour ago. You dropped this to me. Pennsylvania judge upholds halt to certification, finds likelihood mail-in balloting procedures violate the Pennsylvania Constitution. That was 11 p.m. tonight. Just 2 hours ago.
I got news for you.
Yep.
Joe is shot.
Joe is shot. He's shot. He's shot. Folks.
Wait till people realize what happened when this all comes out.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're going to be like, "What?"
Yeah.
And we're going to be able to say, "Yeah, go look back and just watch a little bit of our show."
Yeah. Yeah. And how long ago were we talking about it? It's unbelievable. And by the way, I heard something today. We don't have to, this all doesn't have to be proven by the time they pick the electors.
Nope.
This could go right up to inauguration, and all they have to do is find that this election was a fraud, and it's all bye-bye. Electors are taken out of the picture in terms of what the decision they've already made.
Going to be very shocking for a lot of people.
Oh, well, people that are digging, Obama, yeah, Oprah, they're back, yeah. It's unbelievable, folks.
Office of the President-elect.
Unbelievable. Biden cheated was #1 trending, but Twitter shut it down, and now Biden cheats is #1 on trending. I love this world and all of you. Yeah.
Wait till they show the video of his acceptance speech for the office of President-elect, and they show the cars in the parking lot with the kids that don't want to be there, and they're waving the flags they just got handed.
Yep.
And there's nobody there.
And nobody's there. It's unbelievable.
It's just fantastic. This is so much fun, really.
Oh, dude, this is really, folks, this is what it means to enjoy the show, folks. This is what enjoying the show means, coming and laughing with Todd and Cindy and Dave and Kellyanne, folks. I'm telling you, this is all good. We're doing okay. Biden's got 109% of the vote, 110% of the vote. It's like you can't make this up, folks. And there are people still walking around. Here's the thing. Like I said earlier in the monologue, I said, I want 2020 to continue until everyone's exposed, because I don't want to go into 2021 not knowing who the idiots are, not knowing who the deep state are, not knowing who the child traffickers are, the human smugglers are. Okay? As long as it takes, I'm down. Okay? And we'll bounce back. I know we're losing businesses, we're losing restaurants, we're losing all kinds of things. We'll bounce back. People are already starting to, people are already starting. We had a ton of people just buying the Purium to change their life right now. They got the 30-day thing that I'm doing. Like, they've already, I think we've already had like 7 or something like that. And more people are going to come this weekend. I'm gonna tell you about some amazing things with Jana, who makes. Todd, you and Cindy have had it. The olive oil from Jana, La Vita Bella, folks.
Oh my God!
And her hot sauce, and her balsamic vinaigrette, folks. By the way, this link is on the website now. I'm gonna have Jana on the show, but. Here's a single mom who's got this incredible business of organic olive oil, all organic sourced materials out of Italy, and just, incredible tasting. And I mean, it's just, amazing. And she's going to donate to the broadcast, for every bottle sold. So you can find it on. Now, I don't know if it's up on the website yet, Eric. We've got to move it over, but it should be over there by tomorrow if it's not there yet. But
get on it, Eric. Quit lollygagging, Eric. We know you're not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah. In the relationship with Eric and I think we know who the lollygagger is. If it wasn't for me, Eric would have this all done. I mean, he's already got it up. It's just on another site that he's got to migrate, and he needs me to do it. And so yeah. So, but folks, I've seen these. We're gonna buy from each other. We're gonna support each other. We're gonna get through this period. Okay. We're gonna help each other start businesses. We're gonna help each other do whatever they do best. We're gonna figure out a way. I want this to be. I don't want a show. I want a channel with multiple shows. I want a channel of a truth channel of not just multiple shows about what's really going on, but how about laughing and music and from really, really good people that are awake and that are inspired by the events that are happening. This is a time in human history unlike any other. Now, every time in human history is unlike any other, but what I mean by that is that we are experiencing a time in human history when some guy in Topanga, California can be in a, 15 by 8 foot room that I can't even stand up in, talking to a guy in Springfield, Illinois, and on a phone that barely works, and change the world. Okay?
Hey Dave, can we have a sound guy on our show next, like when we get?
Yes.
Like if we start to actually
that's
get
the first thing we're doing.
That's
the first thing we're doing. Yeah.
Maybe we'll do the Oprah Obama thing so we can look like we're sitting in a couch.
Exactly.
Each other broadcast.
Yep. Exactly. And by the way, the first thing I thought about when he said that he and Michael went for a bike ride was which bike she was riding, and which one he was. I'm guessing hers had a bar across the top, and his had a little V.
Probably had the streamers hanging from the handlebars too.
Yeah.
A little horn that goes me me.
Yep.
You know.
And he put the Illuminati card from the deck in his spokes. Flip.
I don't know what the bicycle symbolism thing was, but there had to be something there.
Excuse me. Bye. Hello, McFly. Hello.
There we go. All right. Sometimes the real obvious ones go right by me. I flattened my palm and hit my forehead.
Nice. Yeah. So
Stephanie Danbury said Obama on a banana seat. No way. That's great.
Oh, yeah. Perry, I know this journey has tough moments. I know it, but it's nothing great that was ever accomplished was ever easy, and we are doing amazing things. Liz, you do Purium? That's awesome. I just started, and I'm loving it so far. The link, did I do the link? Yeah, let me do the, I'll provide the link. Just remember, it's I Shop Purium, and then it's Snedecation is the what do you call it? The coupon code. That's what gets you all the money off.
And hell, Dave, I thought we were going to make all our money off the T-shirts.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, send in your ideas.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, we're that'll be just in time for Christmas. That'll be yeah. Save some for the T-shirts. Yeah. Let's see. Good stuff here, folks. Good stuff. Let's see. So Robin asks, Dave, blackout. Yeah, we kind of got away from the old blackout a little bit.
Nope. We're gonna have one.
Yeah, we got away from it. In other words, I don't think we talked about it much this week. But yeah,
I did on my post today.
Yeah, so we didn't go over those. Why don't we go over those? Yeah.
I had 4 timestamp posts on my Facebook today that were just one after another bombshells. I numbered them, so if you go to them,
yeah. Excuse me. Let's see. There's Tracy. Hey, Tracy. With her daughter. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, here's something interesting from Linda. Trump attorney Jenna Ellis explained the legal remedy to the Pennsylvania legislature, and that's exactly what they're going to do. You're saying you're going to get a joint resolution to basically take the power back from the Secretary of State and put it in the state legislature to put forward the electors. Senator Doug Mastriano, that is exactly what we're going to do. Boom. Wow.
That was right before he got taken off Twitter, right?
Before Bannon did? Did he get...
no, Mastriano.
Mastriano got taken off Twitter?
That's what I heard. I didn't confirm.
Wow. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, see if he's back up. That's pretty big, a senator from a state.
Yeah.
I know I ran across it, but I didn't double check because I almost expected it.
Yeah.
For what he said at that press conference. That wrap up of that press conference was amazing.
I did not see it.
It was only 3.5 hours, Dave. I watched every minute of it.
Oh, okay. So Doug Mastriano, 16 hours ago, says the point of Twitter suspending my Doug Mastriano personal account is to prevent me from posting to my Senate account to silence our voice. Please, if you see this, retweet this and follow me. Thanks for the help. So I just retweeted. So yeah, so he's off.
Yeah,
that's
you
his
believe
pin.
that?
That's his pin tweet. That's very interesting. Now, the thing about going dark here, guys, is the look at what President Trump's saying. He keeps saying, I won, and that reaches 88 million people, 90 million people every day, every time he tweets.
Well, and then how many people retweet it?
Exactly. So, that's
that's a lot.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right, so let's go to your Facebook, and so thank you for that, Linda. That was good to go there. And where did you go? I thought I had it up. I think I had it on. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. So that's awesome. Oh, yeah. Charlie Ward said that Flynn landed yesterday morning in Netherlands. So interesting. Nicolette shared that. Kelly's got a great thread on Alpha Omega Energy. The connections to Goldman Sachs, Dominion, and Soros. Many things exposed by WikiLeaks from the Goldman hack yet are still happening. Definitely check that out. A 20-year vet of Goldman Sachs and his company Stratfor and Rain Network, which was working with George Soros, are all magically stone quiet on voting machine risks, especially in Texas. And I also have to show you guys this. Todd, back in March, I think. Let me see. Yeah, the 9th of March, Venezuela fire. Thousands of voting machines burned. The Electoral Council in Venezuela says a fire in its main warehouse near the capital, Caracas, has destroyed most of the voting machines held there. Almost 50,000 voting machines and 582 computers used in the country's elections went up in flames, Electoral College Chief Tibisay Lucena said. She did not say if parliamentary elections due later this year could be affected by the loss of the machines. She also asked prosecutors to investigate the cause of the fire. 582 computers belonging to the civil registry, 49,408 voting machines, 400 electronic ballots. Interesting. Right?
Well, that's a shocker, Dave.
Yeah.
How tragic.
I'm sure it's an accident.
It's got to be. I mean, it's just weird, those voting machines, and it's really weird that Dominion people just kind of disappeared and ran away, and they're hiding.
Yeah,
they're shutting down all of their brick and mortar storefronts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just kind of weird. It's bad to be in the vote counting business now, I believe.
Yep. And nobody got back to me on LinkedIn that I reached out to for Dominion. And I think some of the Snedheads did as well. There were allegations, recent elections in Venezuela have been beset by allegations of fraud. The company that provided the voting system in the 2017 election for the Constituent Assembly said that the turnout figures had been inflated by 1 million. Okay. And
a lot of people in the mood to vote these days, right?
Yeah, yeah. Venezuela's electoral authorities said more than 8 million people, or 41.5% of the electorate, had voted for a new constituent assembly. But the CEO of Smartmatic, Todd, where have we heard that name before?
I don't know, but those guys are really smart.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's automatic. Antonio Mujica said the actual turnout was inflated by at least 1 million. Venezuelan's Electoral Council dismissed the allegations as baseless, of course. Threatening to open legal action against Mr. Mujica, the council's boss, Tibise Lucena, called it an irresponsible accusation based on estimates. Wow. Yeah.
The fraud that's going to be exposed to all these countries when all these people find out that their elected leaders were not the elected leaders.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Smartmatic provided about 24,000 machines for Venezuelans to cast their votes electronically. According to the company, their system supplied correct voting statistics, but altered results were announced in their place. Yeah. There we go. There we go, folks. Welcome to Smartmatic. Welcome to Dominion. Welcome to...
If they're hiring, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they're...
You think Smartmatic's hiring?
Yeah, I think that they might be have a hiring freeze going on right now.
Might be scaling back a bit.
Let's just say growth has flatlined like President Trump's election count. Okay, for the company. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. And this is a great thread that Kellyanne found on Alpha Omega Energy, the Energy Kraken. Okay. So check Kellyanne's post out. This guy served at Goldman Sachs, and yeah, this is a good thread, and maybe we'll go over it with Kellyanne tomorrow. I'm thinking about doing a broadcast tomorrow, brother. Maybe an early one. What do you think? What are you guys up to?
Oh, we're not locked down yet, so we can still move around. I'll have to do it with my mask on, but yeah, I'll do a broadcast tomorrow.
That's why we've been having sound problems. That's why we couldn't hear you. You had your mask on all the time.
Well, I just put a sock over my face now, so it works.
Yeah. That's I have a feeling that's Cindy stuffing it in your mouth more than putting it over your face.
Every once in a
while.
Don't threaten with a good time.
Yeah. So exactly right. Yeah, that's a visual. And also, President Trump's Facebook page, Cynthia Habinga. This is the. Let me show this real quick here.
Going to present will be compelling. Will be extremely. That they're going to rule in your favor. I always say that I never know exactly what a court is going to do. I can only say what evidence that we are going to present, and the evidence that we are going to present will be compelling, will be extremely strong, showing that the result of Nevada was wrong when it was certified to go for Joseph Biden, because in fact Donald Trump is the one who won Nevada. And so that is what we can do. We can go in and put that evidence forward, and we are very confident that will be very compelling for any court that hears this evidence.
There you go. And by the way, how that's smart. It's like you don't know what the court's going to do. You can't predict what a court's going to do. But what do you say? You just tell what you're presenting. And what you're presenting is very compelling evidence of wrongdoing and, illegality. Dude, you got, I'm trying to find you and, and you get blown up like I do.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff. But when I go back to my own posts, it's a nightmare.
You can't find them. You can't find them.
I know. I don't know how to operate my own.
And by the way, Linda Davis again brings up the E will help you on Parler saying special forces.
Yeah.
And Parler's taking a minute to load here, so keep going. So which one? If I go to.
They're all posts. They're all 17 posts.
Yeah.
With a little blurb above, and those are all timestamp, connecting 3 of them to President Trump, 1 to Dan Scavino.
Nice.
And so, hunting. I mean, they were back to back to back to back.
Happy hunting. And so you went off the timestamp of the tweets and found these. Okay.
Yes.
So let's go to the first. Let's see. This is good, by the way. Okay. Look at what happened with Kissinger today.
Yeah. And Albright.
And Madeleine Albright, who said, they asked, is the loss of 500 Iraqi civilians, was it worth it? Yeah, we think it was worth it. You just can't make that kind of stuff up, man. So you're Trump is cleaning up the Pentagon, folks. Trump is cleaning up the Pentagon, and this is huge. And getting those
that's part of one of the posts.
Here we go. Let's go for this from a timestamp today. Watch for the fake media push of pick of Obama, or this may lead to event listed below. Balls rolling. Patriots in full and total control. Enjoy. And this is fake push. Pick push by MSM. Videos backup. Google kill. YouTube kill. This is the darkness, folks. This is the 10 days of darkness. Twitter, Yahoo, Bing, Instagram. Net will be paused. Hammer on the clock. How soon? We don't inform our enemies of the specifics. We instead instill fear in them to make unplanned and disastrous countermoves. Todd, we've talked about this before. If police set up a field sobriety checkpoint on a road, they're looking for 2 things. They're looking for the people that might have had too much to drink as they pull up past them. And what else are they looking for?
Cars turning around.
U-turns. Cars avoiding it. They'll go pull them over too, and they'll get a field sobriety as well. When you expose certain people, and you're not sure of the connection of others, or you've got some, connections, but maybe you need a little bit more information. And when they run, when they turn tail and run, that's when you know you've got them. Right?
Well, how would you like this, boss? What are we going to do? They are on to us. What are then the phone calls taped?
Exactly.
They know all about our plan to steal the election, boss.
Yeah.
What do I do? I don't know you. You're cutting out.
Yeah.
Stop saying we stole the election. We did no such thing. Yeah, we did, boss.
It was ours to begin with.
You can't steal something that's yours.
Yeah. Second decode of the timestamps today. See a pattern directly from POTUS happening now. This is from April 23rd, 2018, but it's telling us about now. Happening now. Happy hunting. UN.org, Auditors Board, okay? That's because the UN is money laundering, okay? Wake up, learn, question, fight. This is NPR. Senators report finds fundamental concerns about Red Cross finances. Do you think Red Cross is one of those organizations that traffics children? And they get it. They get them because of the tragedy, that was already happened, and then they can get them out of there.
Create the problem, come show up, be the rescuer, like the arsonist that sets the fire.
Yep.
Be the hero. That's the MO.
The arsonist that sets the fire and then sells fire extinguishers. To the extent specifically authorized in the designation made by the Secretary of Defense in accordance with Section 2672B, an officer or agent may exercise one of the more following powers. And this is from Linda, but it's about E's Parlor tweet, which is not working for me. Enforce federal laws and regulations for the protection of persons and property, carry firearms pursuant to DOD directive, make arrests without a warrant for any offense against the United States committed in the presence of the officer or agent, or for any felony cognizable under the laws of the United States if the officer or agent has reasonable grounds to believe that the person to be arrested has committed or is committing a felony. Serve warrants and subpoenas issued under the authority of the United States. Conduct investigations on and off the property in question of offenses that may have been committed against property under DOD jurisdiction, custody, or control, or persons on such property. Did you look at that, Todd? Did you look at that? E will help you on Parler today?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about what do you think E is doing here?
Well, I think he's letting it out that law enforcement has every right to step in and do the right thing whenever they see any criminal action at all.
Yeah.
And, he's inspiring the good guys to be the good guys and do the right thing. And he's also, I think, almost referencing, not quite to a citizen's arrest type of thing, but, worst case scenario, in this whole thing doesn't go the way we want, which I don't believe there's a chance. But Monkey Works mentioned this today with Kirsten W. That if we weren't a civilized nation, we'd be dragging these people already out of their houses.
Yeah.
And we are the majority.
Yeah.
We're going to find out we were way the majority.
Yeah.
When this voting fraud comes out.
Yeah. The biggest lie that they're telling us right now is that this country is divided.
Right.
This country is not divided. About, I'd say, maybe 20% of the population is completely still indoctrinated, if not a little bit more, maybe 30. But 60 to 70% of this population are awake, certainly to the extent of, we're not going to go into socialism. We're not going to vote ourselves into socialism. Okay.
No, and if you look at the voter rolls, in almost every county, you see many counties where the Republicans went up 25,000, the Democrats went down 10,000, yet the president lost that county, and that's just not even feasible. There's so many anomalies. The anomalies just absolutely are off the charts.
Yeah.
It's just I'm not even really looking at the election anymore. That's going to come out. I mean, I watch it. I don't want to dig into the minutia of it because I figure, if Trump's already talking about it, even as far back as 2012, he was cheating about election fraud.
Mm-hmm.
He's known about this for at least 8 years.
Yeah.
And then he puts us into a state of emergency over the election in 2018. President Trump isn't stupid. President Trump is running the show.
Yeah.
And that's all going to take care of itself. So I'm not worried one bit. I'm just kind of like, I'm trying to look to the other side. I think we've discussed that before. I want to look into the future and see what it's going to be like on the other side. That's what I'm really looking forward to.
Well, that's the best thing to do from a manifestation stage as well, which is why I want to get into solutions, right? Like I want to get rid of like this extra fat I have, like, that's just for the Snedfest, I want to look my best, right? I want to feel my best, and I want to be. I don't know what's coming down the pike here in terms of like how long this is going to last, but I want to be healthy. Like I want to step into this next period of existence healthier than I've ever been. And I don't want to carry with me the baggage that we have from the past, and that's chemical, physical, emotional, mental baggage that the indoctrination has thrust upon us and made us carry around our world. Go ahead. You were jumping.
Your earlier guests were so inspirational and showing that you don't have to feel like crap every day.
Yeah.
You don't have to ingest the poison that we've been ingesting that makes you feel that way.
Yeah.
So, if there's an option, I'm
Oh no. Hold on. Oh no. What happened?
Todd.
What happened?
I think, hold on, let me see. I kicked my power off. So hopefully we're still streaming here.
I see you.
You see me. Good. Okay, guys, we still here? We still
here? Yeah, you're still there.
All right, good. All right, we didn't lose everybody. We still got, you
pulled the plug on your own show, Dave?
Dude.
You can't make this up.
A self-inflicted injury right there. Yeah, we're still at 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19. We're almost at 2,000 people over 6 platforms, folks. Good to see you all. David Snedeker here with Todd Gedeminsky and Cindy Johnson in the background there, and holding space for us and support. You know, so you were saying before I kicked you off, you were saying.
I was just saying how your earlier guests, pardon, I don't remember
Rachel
their
and
name.
Stephanie.
Oh my God, they were so inspirational, and
right.
And maybe it's just as easy as going to something to ingest that's healthy.
Right.
That's an option over and above what we think is healthy. Because when she was talking about bagels,
yeah.
Guess who eats bagels like every morning?
You.
Me.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
I eat bagels like crazy. That's my snack. It's my I'm thinking it's kind of healthy,
Yeah.
But I didn't know. It's like the worst thing you could ingest.
Yeah. It's and how about me? I've got this organic protein, and I even went with plant protein, thinking, oh my gosh, right?
It's gotta be good.
By the way, Norma says, the look on your face when you thought we were all gone. I guess that was captured when I realized what I had done. And what I did was, by the way, I'm finally relaxing. I'm like, okay, it's getting late. Let me kick back here a little bit. And I put my feet out and I kicked off the the power strip. Brianne says, I usually only eat dinner. I fast all day. That's pretty good. That's awesome. But at any rate, so for me, I'm drinking this organic protein powder, thinking I'm healthy, and it's got more glyphosate in it than anything else. It's like, you got to be kidding me. As it is now, I'm jumping through hoops just to get decent food, and by the way, spending a lot of money for organic food. You know how much organic food is in LA? It's like I gotta take out a loan. I mean,
I can't even think about it.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So this stuff, at least, I'm on it for the next month. I'm not gonna, after we get off the leftovers, then we're going on. But Christine, you got to eat organic. You can't eat the other stuff's not food. That's where all the glyphosate is. That's where the genetically modified organisms are. That's where disease is. Yeah.
I mean, everybody will tell you it all starts with your gut health.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's been proven. And I'm no expert on it, but that's the one thing. Even when probiotics started being pushed.
Yeah.
That's all gut health, and if it starts with the gut and ends with the gut, then you better be putting something good in it.
Exactly. Carol, size 15 shoes. Yeah, I need them. I need them that big to hold me up. Yeah, it's you gotta. You need probiotics. You need it's unbelievable. Yeah. Gretchen says it's absurd. You got to go for biodynamic now. Organic has been downgraded. Yeah, but biodynamic's fantastic. That was Rudolf Steiner created biodynamic. Like, the farm just doesn't need anything else. It's just all internal. Robin says the China Three Gorge Dam is they've had leaks and some flooding. Is that getting worse? Vincent said the look of oh fuck on Dave's face was priceless when nothing was wrong.
That's great.
Hey, somebody, I guess we'll be able to screenshot that. Yeah. So, yeah. Melissa says size 15. We're lucky you didn't tip the whole desk over.
Like Herman Munster.
Yeah. Brian, Bigfoot. Yeah. Bigfoot. Herman Munster. You right.
Hey, weren't we going down the timestamps there until you almost knocked the power out?
Yeah. So we're at 9:48. extreme efforts to kill login devices, extreme efforts to censor, extreme efforts, dead cat bounce. Enjoy the show. Bring the rain. Nice.
Yeah.
So the you know, there's a pattern, right? There's the you know, happening now. Learn, question, fight, happy hunting. UN senators report on Red Cross. We're seeing these guys getting kicked out of the, you know, Kissinger and Madeleine Albright out of the Pentagon. We're seeing, you know, the fake pick push by MSM, Google kill, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter kill. All this is going dark, folks. This is all pointing to all this.
That's what I think the one of the most important things I saw was they kept reiterating that, you know, 17 said it, we have to go dark at some point.
Yeah.
We do. I mean, there's no way. It's I think for OPSEC, you know, for operational security, I think in order to do the big mass cleanup that I expect all these military assets that have been put into place, through all of the planes and troop movements that basically Monkey Works has pointed out so nicely to us. Those planes aren't just flying around for practice and burning gas.
Right. 3 times the amount, the normal amount.
Yeah, and up to 5 or 6 at some point. So the assets are in place, and you're not going to see them because they want you to.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you they're there for at least the hot spots, if not more.
Yeah.
So, and the other thing, Dave, that puts us on the clock as far as timing, because you don't move all your assets into place and then keep them there for 2 months.
Right.
I don't believe that this is. I think that they move their assets, they move their chess pieces into place, they start cleaning house, like you're seeing, like the Department Secretary of Defense. You see Henry Kissinger, you see Madeleine Albright, you see heads rolling. You know.
You think anything's happening, Todd? Anything happening? You see the federal execution law change. You know, you see Ezra Cohen Watkins talking about how, you know, that any federal officer can make arrests. You know, I mean, look at all this stuff that's going on, man.
It's right in front of us.
Yeah.
And there is this is the good thing about this time is that there is a clock running on it now, because we have at the latest, you know, the January 20th date for the inauguration, which I don't really think is a big deal. I think everything's going to be handled before that, because like I said, you don't move military assets into place and then ready them for situations and then have them sit there and not go to work. There's something going on. There will be stuff going on.
Yeah.
And it's sooner than later.
You know, Roger Stone tweeted, this was August 2017. Okay. General Flynn has a list of high-level pedophiles, the release of which will decimate the deep state dons. #Netherlands.
Wow.
Laura Fisher said, I don't understand the Q drops. So you have to wait for the news. For the Netherlands was a great news last night that General Flynn landed here. Also, TV went blue. That's interesting. TV went blue in the Netherlands.
Well, I saw, also speaking of news, I saw a Sky News report with 4 reporters on it from Australia. And they were very pro-Trump in that segment.
Hold on. having trouble controlling this. I didn't want that to play.
Starlight program is
Hold on.
underway. So Steve, tell us a little bit about this program.
So Operation Starlight. Let me play this real quick. Sorry to cut you off. I'm not having much control over this. Hold on. All right. Hold on.
I'm not only going to tell you, Brooke, I'm going to show you. Take a look over my shoulder. Starlight looks, you see that blue light there blinking? That's a reflection of what they're doing here called Starlight. The station here, this convenience store has been the victim of horrific crime. It's also identified as being a persistent place for prostitution, drug trafficking, and shootings. And so this store is now equipped with cameras that are being monitored right now by Dallas police personnel back at DPD headquarters, this one location. They call this, as we mentioned, the Starlight program. It is deemed high-tech cop on the block. 3 high-crime locations, including this one, now have those cameras. The blue blinking lights tell the public they are at a Starlight location. Now, the technology with those cameras can detect signs of criminal or illegal conduct. Police department monitors are watching inside DPD's real-time crime center, actually looking at this location right now. We are told the technology is a version of virtual policing that will deter and decrease crime in places like this.
That's Dallas, which is very interesting. That just, because somebody's trying to explain the significance of the blue television in the Netherlands. And then also there was that. This is why this was being shown. So let me show this, Todd. This is President Trump's presser today, which started off as blue.
Yeah, I tried to dissect that too, but I didn't put a lot of time into it.
Well, now it seems like it might be tied in with the Netherlands and General Flynn.
It's a possibility. They're trying to look between you people. Don't talk to me that way. You're just a lightweight. Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to. I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way. All right.
Wow. By the way, did you count the blue light flashes? Todd?
I didn't count the blue, but I did recognize the tapping noise. Did you hear the tapping sound?
Yeah.
That reminded me of the time when I dissected or decoded that big circle conference with the black leaders.
Black leaders, yeah.
Yes.
That was awesome. Why don't you try to track the words on the tapping? I'll play it again, and I'll try to count the blue, and let everybody see if you guys can listen to the words he says when he's tapping, and also count the blue flashes, please. Okay, ready?
No, I'll be on the delay. So.
Oh, right. Okay, all right.
It's a possibility. They're trying to look between you people. Don't talk to me that way. You're just a lightweight. Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to. I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way. All right. Biden beating Obama at Obama's vote in areas that mattered in terms of the election in swing states. And yet he's losing to Obama all over the place. But he's beating Obama in swing states, which are the states that mattered for purposes of the election. So, no, I can't say that at all. I think it's a possibility. They're trying to look between you people. Don't talk to me that way. You're just a lightweight. Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to. I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way. All right, I'm.
I had trouble counting, but it was in the 30s, I believe. I don't know if
I had a hard time too. I had a hard time hearing that. When I turned it up, it had a lot of fuzziness to it.
We got all over the place: 33, 38, 46, 35, 36. Sydney blow up Georgia and now just hit Michigan. 36 blue flashes. Yeah, probably have to watch it in slow-mo. I couldn't pause it either. I was trying to pause it. So maybe find it on YouTube where you guys can slow it down or pause it. And please send me. It's a longer video, Debbie. Thank you for that. By the way, did anybody know what that reporter said? That could be interesting because I want to know, what was said. Yeah, so 45 flashes maybe. Yeah, it's a longer video, so we got to see that too. Good point. Yeah,
that was no accident.
No. And then so it's tied to, right? It's tied to the Netherlands probably, right? And the Netherlands television was blue last night. And then we're seeing the blue for the, for all that. So something's going on. Something's connected.
Well, and water is blue, so watch the water.
Yep.
And that one post that I decoded today said, make it rain or let it rain.
Yeah. Blue light, it could be, to support police officers.
Back
Project
to blue.
Light now burns bright in the hearts of the nearly 32,000 survivors of America's fallen law enforcement officers during the holiday season.
Mm-hmm. Blue beam.
Blue beam, yeah. 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 Let's see. Yeah, guys, maybe dig into that, Snetheads, and message us with blue as the heading. Dude, I think I'm ready. How about you?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I think it's I think that's enough information for tonight, but I think it also, I mean, I just got to tell you, it's just reconfirming everything that I thought was happening. I mean, sometimes you try to figure out timing, and that's been the hardest thing. I don't think that we've predicted anything incorrectly yet. I just think it's the timing of it that, now that I see that there's a definite, there's a finite amount of time left for this to roll out in front of us.
Yeah.
And that makes me very happy, but it also makes me, stop and think that, there are real patriots out there risking life and limb for the country again. And, we need to be mindful that this is not going to go without, there's going to be people hurt, and there's going to be people, unfortunately probably killed in this, but, so we have to keep that first.
far fewer than far fewer than what could have ever been predicted.
For World War III, yeah.
This is significant in the sense that it's it's just what a blessing that we have as few as we do, right?
Unreal.
And no deltas. No deltas.
No, I think it's like I think it's the 27th or 28th that it kicks back in.
I just tried 27th and 28th.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
30th.
Oh. Yeah, the 30th I know had I think it had 16 deltas or something.
29th has got some and that's 2018. We know, and it's got a picture of a Christmas tree in a hallway.
Yeah. There's a lot of Christmas references.
Yeah. A picture is worth many sentences. Has POTUS ever made a statement that hasn't been proven to be correct? Future. Think timing. Think Senate lock. Think Supreme Court lock. Locked and who is loaded. We'll check out some tomorrow, folks. Let's do, I'm thinking maybe 5 tomorrow. 5 for maybe a brief show. Maybe, if there's nothing major, maybe I'll just, do something. But let's connect before. And, check in with Kellyanne too.
Okay.
All right, pal. Great stuff tonight, man. Great stuff on the deltas. And
thanks. Yeah, there's I think there's 2 more on the page if you want to check me out, guys. I'll pay attention to my if you want to friend me on Facebook. I've got room for people and
cool.
Good Schnedhead listeners. Heck yeah, you're in.
Awesome. I'll hit you up on that Purium stuff. We'll talk tomorrow. And
okay, cool.
All right, pal. Great
hey,
stuff.
Since you're so good at the prayer, why don't you say a prayer for our operators in action?
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was thinking of that earlier. All righty. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us all together this evening. Thank you for our guests, Rachel and Stephanie, and their stories and their health and their willingness to commit their lives to sharing it with others. Thank you for Todd and Cindy and their beautiful family. Thank you for Kellyanne and her beautiful family, and Barb and Barbara and Eric and Beth and Christy and all the Snedheads and the people that are just doing such amazing work. Just trying to keep this group together, Robin and Sandy with Snedhearts, and just so many gifts, so many volunteers, so many people giving of themselves and communicating and welcoming and connecting with others, and just such a beautiful community. So I'm just grateful for all of these beautiful humans and the ones that I didn't mention that you know who you are. And I wanted to just, Lord, ask you to watch over all of those that are engaged in this process, that are boots on the ground and literally risking their lives to bring justice to a land that has been without for far too long. And human beings living in a just society will flourish, will thrive, will connect, will venture out, will reach out to others, unlike ever before in human history. And we just like you to, Jesus, God, Holy Spirit, to watch over all of those beautiful people that have committed their lives and committed their hearts to the eradication of evil on this planet. Special protection, layers of protection around President Trump, his family, the Q team, all the patriots involved, the Anons, the autists, the keyboard warriors, the Snedheads, the legal teams of Giuliani, of Jenna, of Sidney Powell. Please, Lord, and Linwood, and please protect them. Protect them, because they are very dangerous, because they speak for justice and truth and light. And they are bringing that to the world in a very unique way with their very unique talents. And we are so grateful for them. And please watch over all the Snedheads, watch over Quentin, watch over all those who are having health issues this evening, and just struggling with all that's going on. Lord, please just reach into their hearts and bring them love and peace and compassion like only you can. Thy will be done. Amen.
Amen, brother.
Amen.
Good night, Snedheads.
Good
Love
night,
you guys.
all. Love you, pal.
Everybody.
Thanks, guys. Great stuff.
Thank
All right. Good night.
We'll talk tomorrow, bro.
Awesome. See you, pal.